The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session.
Good morning, Mr. Gray.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners. This morning we have a continuation of the ADF panels on culture, and we're concluding that piece of work with a panel consisting of Air Marshal Mel Hupfeld, AO, DSC, Chief of Air Force, who is appearing together to give concurrent evidence with Warrant Officer Fiona Grasby, OAM, Warrant Officer of the Air Force. Now, Air Marshal Hupfeld and Warrant Officer Grasby are not going to give evidence concurrently with Deputy Secretary Gregg, contrary to an intention I had earlier in this hearing block. We decided that it was not necessary for Ms Gregg to attend this morning. After this panel, we'll go to, after a luncheon adjournment, Dr. Tony Pisani on safe side prevention, and then there'll be the daily adjournment after Dr. Pisani. Now, can I say, just before we formally call Air Marshal Hupfeld and Warrant Officer Grasby, that I'm very grateful to Air Marshal Hupfeld and Warrant Officer Grasby for accommodating a change in time that occurred in the planning for this panel, and they've come back after attending on Monday and are attending again this morning, and I'm very grateful for that. Could I ask that Air Marshal Hupfeld and Warrant Officer Grasby be sworn or affirmed, and I formally call them? They're already in the witness books.
I'll just add our voice to that. We regret that it's just the way it worked out, but we're very grateful for your patience with the timings. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Commissioner. We'll determine to ensure we could do whatever was needed to help with the Royal Commission and what you're seeking to achieve.
Thank you.
Air Marshal Hupfeld, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Warrant Officer Grasby, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Air Marshal Hupfeld, you've been Chief of Air Force since July 2019, is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Graham.
And prior to that, you held very senior command positions, starting with Group Captain in 2004, after having been Officer Commanding a squadron in operations before that and holding other positions before that for some time.
Yes.
And Warrant Officer Grasby, you've been Warrant Officer of the Air Force since November 2019, is that right?
Correct, Mr. Gray.
And you've been a Warrant Officer since 2014, and you've had Executive Warrant Officer responsibilities since 2016 in increasingly senior roles, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Directing this to both members of the panel, in the main, please take the questions I'll be asking as questions directed to you, Air Marshal. Just getting a bit of feedback. If you can't hear what I'm saying at any point, please say so.
Okay, thanks.
In the main, the questions I'll be asking should be taken to be questions directed to you, Air Marshal. But if you exhaust your knowledge in responding to that question or you don't know the answer, please do feel free to refer the question to Warrant Officer Grasby.
Okay.
Thank you. You may have been monitoring earlier proceedings, and to that extent this might be repetitious, but out of an abundance of caution I'll just mention an introduction that I've given to the other iterations of these culture panels for the other two services. In previous hearings, there have been various issues that can be regarded as cultural, raised by people who have lived experience, who've been giving their perceptions, and I repeat, their subjective perceptions, of aspects of service life in the ADF at various times in the past. And the people who've been giving that evidence are in some cases serving members or former serving members, and in some cases people close to them who are giving indirect evidence of what they believe their loved ones experienced. And I should add, to some extent, probably to a fairly large extent, these various issues were reflected in opinions that have been expressed by researchers in evidence to the Royal Commission, namely Associate Professors Ben Wadham and James Connor. Now that evidence, albeit matters of subjective perception that were not tested in cross-examination or anything of that kind, are nevertheless important sources of information for our Royal Commissioners to take into account. I want to mention those issues or themes arising from them because it is, in effect, the backdrop for a lot of what follows when I ask you about Air Force culture. Mm-hmm. And the themes that were mentioned, and they're not specifically raised in connection in the main with Air Force, they're across the ADF. The themes have been hazing and bastardisation, namely those forms of ritualised mistreatment that occur soon after recruitment and sometimes during training and often in an unofficial manner. Strong teams are, of course, there are many good things about having strong teams, but there's also, the Royal Commission's heard, a risk or propensity for that to develop in some circumstances into tribalism, entailing ostracism of people seen as other or different, or people who have a weakness. Next, hypermasculinity, including potential misogyny, tendencies toward anger and aggression, and suppression of other forms of emotional outlet, perhaps in some circumstances leading to the overuse of substances like alcohol. Next, a culture of silence involving not complaining, but also not jacking or dobbing or informing on your mates on the wrongdoing that you might see being inflicted on others. And we'd include in that the potential for there to be a culture of silence around domestic violence. That is, if there's a defence member, but there's unacceptable behaviour of particularly of a violent nature occurring within a defence community home setting. Sexual assault and other sexualised misconduct, and other forms of mistreatment, including physical abuse, bullying, and harassment, falling short of physical harassment, but nevertheless being of a serious nature. Next, impediments including career disadvantage, or at least perceived career disadvantage, and the stigmatisation of help seeking, particularly when that's related to mental health. And the Royal Commission's heard at least perceptions that there are perceived barriers to getting help in an early and timely way that would prevent things from getting worse. And finally, psychological harm of various kinds from being entangled in administrative and disciplinary processes. And in particular, the risk that the person either at the receiving end of those processes or perhaps trying to instigate them is perceiving the experience of those processes as a rejection and a betrayal by the service or by the ADF. Air Marshal Hupfeld, I can break that down into items if you wish. If you wish to respond to it globally, that's all right as well. Have those themes ever existed in the Royal Australian Air Force, to your knowledge? Have those issues ever arisen?
Mr. Gray, I think in my experience, there are parts of the themes that you've explained, and certainly I'd identify those as risk factors to Air Force's ability to achieve its mission and do what's important. And I think the words hazing and bastardisation are very, if you like, absolute terms. And in my experience in Air Force, there have been the nature of people and the way people treat other people that have some similarity to some of that. And I think the Air Force that I joined is a different Air Force to the one that we are trying to promote and the cultures that we're putting in place and have tried to build over time to minimise the occurrence of any of those types of aspects.
Warren Grasby, do you want to add anything to what the Air Marshal's said? In your views, have you seen these things arise, or have they been issues, in your view, in the Royal Australian Air Force?
Mr. Gray, I think this comes down to a failure of leadership across the ADF and in particular the areas that you mentioned as part of those themes. I haven't personally been witness to it. However, the unacceptable behaviour in those mentioned in your statement are ones that are very much focused on how we move forward with the culture that we're trying to instill across not only the ADF but particularly the Air Force to reduce those risks of our humans being injured because of that. We never spoke of psychological safety in the past, where psychological safety and what that means to our environment is very much in the forefront now.
So you're saying that while you haven't witnessed those things yourself, you've heard from colleagues in the Air Force, have you, of some of those things occurring in the past?
In the past, yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Gray, if I may add,
Yes.
I think the way I'd try to put this together is we have a number of means of indicators and warnings that would indicate that there and measurements of complaints, unacceptable behaviour that we have there's been allegations of and have been proven. Then I would agree that there are cases that would point to the types of themes that you've just raised, and that forms a means by which we look deeply at our culture and how we do business to ensure that we can continue to improve. And we're not there yet. There's still more work that we need to do around that to care for our people. The lion's share of people do the right thing. They know their mission and they perform well, but we have had, and I think potentially still do have, some people that will not perform the way we would want them to in accordance with our ADF values, which is that if they can perform appropriately, that is the best way of me preserving capability and being able to deliver what Air Force needs to provide to our government.
This is a difficult question, but of course it's the focus of this inquiry that prompts me to raise it. Air Marshal, in your opinion, can these forms of behaviour, if inflicted on a member of the Air Force, contribute to the risk that that member might either while in service or in later life take their own life?
I would assess, and based on what I've seen and my own personal views, that they would definitely be risk factors that could contribute to the absolute outcome where someone may take their own life. I think they are definitely risk factors that add to stress and certainly to individuals, and recognising that individuals all have differing levels of resilience and tolerance to be able to deal with stress. Those factors that you've raised, if they have been experienced by some people, that would add to stress that may then be a factor to what they might consider as choices that they make.
Do those risk factors, those phenomena, those forms of behaviour still remain part of the unofficial culture of the RAF? to any extent, to your knowledge? Yeah, Marshall?
I'm not sure, Mr. Gray, what you mean by unofficial culture.
Well, that's certainly not part of the espoused ADF values or the cultural statements of yourself or of previous chiefs of Air Force, are they? So I'm certainly not suggesting they're part of the official culture, but are they part of what might be regarded as the unstated assumptions of behaviour in any areas of the RAF, to the best of your knowledge?
If I can understand the question correctly, certainly any behaviours that might exist associated with those themes that you've raised, they're not in accordance with our ADF values. They're not in accordance with the purpose and intent that certainly I have put forward as the Chief of Air Force, and indeed am representing in the latest version of my guidance to our personnel, and that's our Air Force, our culture, linked to our Air Force strategy. I wouldn't necessarily assume nor indicate that there's unofficial values or cultural aspects. What I think is that there are still people that potentially either are not able to fully understand how to practice our values with an aspiration to live by them, that may misinterpret what we mean by those. I would hope that there's none that deliberately do that. My view is that for the most part it's people that have their own views and are not able to necessarily fully understand and then implement the way I would seek their behaviour. I note that we recruit Air Force based on how we assess their values and how they will integrate with the Air Force and the broader Australian Defence Force and indeed the Defence Organisation. We recruit to our values, and for the most part the greater majority do that. But we bring in, I think, around 1,000 new people every year. We're building their knowledge, their understanding, our expectations, my expectations of people and what they do. But still within that, there are points where we need to adjust, re-educate and encourage people to respect, have courage to come forward. The values that we've talked about, I think you've been talking about those over the last few days. That's the same across Air Force as it is for the rest of the ADF and Defence.
Yeah, Marshall, if you can speak in detail about the way in which the recruiting process for Air Force has a focus on or might be based on values. For example, any tools that are used to actually understand the true values and beliefs of the person under consideration for recruitment. Any psychometric tools, for example, please do so.
I'm not the expert for those psychometric tools in recruiting. I was involved as a member of a recruiting board when I was a squadron leader, so that's embarrassingly so many years ago. So I did gain some insight into the psychological assessments that were made at that level. But what I can explain is what I do about providing guidance on what I expect out of recruiting. I provide an intent to the recruiting agencies, and that's a contracted agency that provides our recruiting, supplemented by significant numbers of uniformed personnel, Navy, Army and Air Force. And I provide an intent on what I seek. That is based on the ADF values. It's based on my strategy, which is very strongly linked. In fact, it's indivisible from our Air Force, our culture. And I will explain to the recruitment agency what I'm expecting of people when they join the Air Force, and indeed what they should expect from me and from the Air Force when they come into service. And that's how I would provide that guidance. And then the Defence Force Recruiting Agency they're the experts on the psychological assessments and the psychometric testing and the analysis of individuals to see if they will be suitable and have the attributes and skills that I need, but also that they are the type of person that we'll need, that will have the resilience, that will have the emotional and intelligence aspects to be able to work in a very, at times, difficult, stressful and demanding environment that we require from Air Force people when we send them into danger, and some of the difficult tasks that we ask them to perform.
So just a little further on the arrangement you've just described, which seems to be, at least in part, under the auspices of the Australian Defence Force Recruiting Agency, did you call it?
I think I did call it an agency. Yeah, it's the... so the Defence Force Recruiting...
Regardless of its correct name, and pardon me if I misquoted you,
No,
there's
okay.
also a contractor who performs some recruiting services.
That's right.
And is that contractor, do you know the name of the company of that contractor?
I think it's Manpower is the current contractor.
Thank you. And Warrant Officer Grasby, is this your area? Is it? Or both? Both of your areas?
Yep.
Both, sir.
Yep.
Yeah.
I might ask you a follow-up question in a minute.
Could I clarify, Mr.
Yeah,
Ray?
of course.
The Defence Force Recruiting is a defence organisation that is run through Deputy Secretary Justine Gregg's organisation, Defence People Group. They are responsible for recruiting across the ADF's needs, and then they use the contracted company. The current company is Manpower.
Yep.
And I would just note that there are some sensitivities around this at the moment. The contract is under renewal right at the moment, so I would be cautious about further.
Well, I won't ask you about any commercial matters, but just in terms of the way it's worked to date, when you give your instructions about recruiting for values, you have an opportunity to communicate directly with Manpower, do you? And you at least to date, you've laid down those instructions you explained to the commissioners a little earlier directly to Manpower. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Yep. And Warrant Officer Grasby, do you have any further detail over and above the detail the Air Marshal has explained to the commissioners about any psychometric testing to reveal values, the true values of applicants for entry into the Air Force?
I don't have any further information in reference to that process, sir. I really take into account once we recruit the people into the Air Force and what my role is from that stage.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gray, I can offer some examples if that's useful.
Examples of the tools?
Of how I communicate and engage with the recruiting staff.
No, thanks. That's fine. Thank you, Air Marshal. I think we better move on, but
Okay.
Thank you for the information you provided on that topic. Now, can I just ask, I'll just ask the operator to display it for your benefit, but I've read it out a couple of times. I won't read it out again, but it's a passage in Pathway to Change 2012, INQ 0000 0001 1295 at page 1300 in the second half of the page. And in this passage, the authors of Pathway to Change, and I understand that both the Minister and, well, I'll withdraw that, but I'll just say the officers responsible for preparation of Pathway to Change were acknowledging aspects of ADF culture that had served the ADF poorly in a number of ways and were harmful, might paraphrase. Now, from the RAAF perspective, it's around the second half of the page from despite our great strengths. From the RAAF perspective, I understand there was a cultural change strategy called New Horizon in 2012 as well. Can you just explain, Air Marshal, I understand you had pretty senior command roles at this time. I'm wondering if you were directly involved in cultural change at that time, 2012, were you?
Yes, I was, Mr. Gray. Yeah.
Okay. Can you explain the connection between the work that must have been happening on New Horizon? Did that start before Pathway 2012?
The New Horizon program was Air Force's alignment of the work we'd already been doing in our cultural approach to improvement. And it was the formal way we then ensured that we were coherent, aligned and consistent with Pathway to Change.
And did work on New Horizon as a cultural change or transformation strategy for the Air Force begin before the Air Force became involved in Pathway to Change 2012?
So if I may just briefly,
Yes.
Air Force's view of culture and cultural reform, if you like, I'd use the term continuous improvement across all aspects of business, including culture. Noting again that any strategy is individual from culture. From the mid-90s, we had a mentality of a World War II mentality where we accepted that we did dangerous work, therefore accidents in aircrafts were just part of our business. From the mid-90s, we realised that wasn't acceptable. Through 2000 up until Pathway to Change, we commenced our cultural review and an adaptive cultural approach. And that was about certainly continuous improvement. Those aspects were in place before Pathway to Change commenced, and then we more formalised those through New Horizon.
Thank you. We might just go to something we've found on New Horizon. I don't pretend to have a detailed document on New Horizon, but we might ask for some guidance from you on this. It's from the website at EXP 0003 0013 0304. And this is under that. This is under the Our Culture tab on the Air Force website. Mm-hmm. If we just ask the operator to go down, this is as if the Our Culture tab had been clicked. If the operator please goes to the next page, I hope we get a little more text on our culture. And there's a little more text there linking New Horizon to Pathway to Change. New Horizon is our coordinated response to Pathway to Change. Now, Air Marshal, I did go looking for Our People, Our Culture, and I couldn't actually find that.
Our Air Force, Our Culture?
Yeah. Is that a new cultural transformation statement replacing New Horizon?
That's correct. Right. Yes.
Okay. We'll have to ask for you to provide that. Is that publicly available?
Yes, it is. There's if you like, an initial document that explains my intent and the approach for our Air Force, our culture, and we are working at the moment on a cultural companion that will have more detail around that. But I can get that for you today if you wish. I've got a copy of it with me.
Thank you.
That will explain that, and then we can send it through soft copy for certain.
Thank you. We might have the opportunity for a short break in an hour or so, and might look at it over that break if that's possible. Now, can I just ask, when did Our People, Our Culture take over from New Horizon? Is that recent?
The launch of that occurred at our centennial celebration on the 31st of March last year. Yep. The document that I've just spoken about was released in September of last year.
Thank you. And the cultural companion piece is not yet released?
Not yet released and due to be released later this year.
All right. Do you know when?
I'd like to hope it would be around not later than September, but we have our senior leadership succession changes, so I'm due to finish my tenure in July. I'm ensuring that the incoming leadership team will have ownership of this. I've set the path and the vector that I expect for Air Force and Air Force's culture, and I'm working very hard to make sure that the incoming leadership team will have that and have ownership of it as they continue the custodianship, if you like, of our Air Force and our culture.
And thank you. Just to unpick a couple of the things you've mentioned there, vectors, are they similar to lines of effort?
In fact, vectors were terms that were used under the New Horizon and the previous business plans. In the Air Force strategy that I have directed, I'm using the term lines of effort.
Right, okay. And just to unpack that, these are areas that require particular focus in the opinion of the leadership, namely yourself in this case.
Yes.
Is that correct understanding?
That's correct. It's particular focus and it provides clarity at all levels of the organisation. I expect it to be understood at all levels, but I seek it to be command-led. So those lines of effort provide not just my focus, but my intent, and in a manner that allows people to understand our business, to understand why, and then empower them to deliver.
I'll just ask the operator to go forward onto the next page and see if... Right. No, it's okay. We'll leave it. We'll leave this depiction of the website there, but can I just read you some more text and ask you about it? You said, well, the website, I think I won't be able to display it because I'm not sure exactly which page it'll appear on in this version of the website, but the website has said of New Horizon that reforming our personnel systems and processes is key to delivering cultural change under New Horizon. Are you familiar with that having been said on the website?
Sorry, could you read that
Yes.
again?
Reforming our personnel systems and processes is key to delivering cultural change under New Horizon.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that having been said? Is that...
I think I recall the intent of it, but the specific words I can't recall.
I don't want you to just speculate, but if you do recall particular reform of personnel systems and processes as an element of implementing New Horizon or delivering cultural change under New Horizon, are you able to expand on that without speculating? What was it about the personnel systems and processes that needed to be reformed?
Yeah, so I certainly I recall and support, and indeed as a senior officer at that time, I take ownership of some of those. In fact, the whole approach that Air Force took in New Horizons, and as an intent statement, if you like. Then we did identify the need to review people, organisational structures, and that's where our strategy is indivisible from culture, and we need to look at form follows function. There were inefficiencies in how we did business across a lot of many parts of our business, including how we took care of people. So that included work arrangements. Outcomes that we gained through a number of the supporting reviews that led to Pathway to Change or assisted Pathway to Change, such as the Australian Human Rights Commission Broderick Review. So organisational structures around flexible work arrangements, female roles in the organisation, governance structures and committees, number of women on committees. There are a number of aspects organisationally that we needed to review that allowed us to better live the values that we had and achieve the outcomes that we were seeking under cultural reform.
And this is just to repeat, I think something you've already clarified, but just to absolutely get it clear, this is the situation in 2012, the recognition of what needs to be done in 2012, under New Horizon, aligned with and as a manner of implementing Pathway to Change 2012. Have I got that right, Emma?
Yes, you have.
And fast forward now, 10 years later, have you evaluated the degree of success in implementing those aspects of New Horizon that you've just outlined?
I believe that we've been continually evaluating through our business processes, through our cultural assessments, and we've used over that period, and we continue to use a number of what I'd call indicators and warnings to understand how we are operating, how our people behave, in order to achieve the cultural reform that I think we need to deliver the capability requirements that we have. So that, yes, we have assessed our performance over that time in accordance with the intent that was placed forward for us under that cultural reform approach.
And I'll just read on, and I'm assuming these were in effect vectors under New Horizon, but I don't actually have a detailed document setting out what those vectors were, so correct me if that's wrong. But I assume that issue about the reform of personnel systems and processes was a vector for effort to be addressed under New Horizon. Is that right?
This is where the language becomes challenging. New Horizon was our cultural approach, and if you like, the term I'd use now, and I'm trying to relate this to how it was put forward as New Horizon, it's an architecture for cultural reform. The vectors you referred to were more in the what was then the strategy that the then Chief of Air Force was putting forward to direct Air Force to where he wanted it to go, underpinned by that architecture associated with New Horizons to have a culture that would support those vectors.
Thank you.
If that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And we've got the most recent AF Strat, which
Yes.
I believe is partially confidential, but I might just take you to some KPI details in there towards the end, but that's quite a recent document, so I'll deal with that in a minute.
Sure.
Are those KPIs on cultural and organisational transformation likely to be confidential? Is that?
I think the term confidential is not quite right. There's different layers of security classification, so I think for the majority of that, and I would have to check, but they're what we'd call official sensitive.
Yep. Well, we'll take that a step at a time. When we get to that document, I'll say what page it is that I'm intending to go to and give Mr. Fordham an opportunity to raise any issue. Yep.
Yeah. My sense is I don't think there will be a constraint on those. They will be very clearly articulated as classified if they are, but there's not much. I don't think there's anything in the Air Force strategy that wouldn't be able to be referred to.
Pardon me for a minute. Mr. Fordham, DEF 1011 100 0958. And for good measure, business plan, DEF 1011 1000 1700.
Mr. Gray, if it helps, I've just emailed your junior the pathways to change, the document you were trying to cross-examine from a moment ago.
Thank you. Now, Air Marshal just finish on another aspect of your button. Another aspect of New Horizon, which is, it's said publicly, I suggest, we're currently analysing the professional military education and training continuum in the context of Pathway to Change, and more specifically the Broderick 2 report, which you just mentioned. And firstly, are you familiar with that having been an element of New Horizon, and or the details in the strategy that sit beneath Pathway to Change and New Horizon? Sorry, you better answer with a yes or a no.
So I'm just trying to understand the question. I'm sorry.
Yep. It says that under New Horizon, as from 2012, that Air Force, we, are also revising the personnel performance system. I beg your pardon. We are currently analysing the professional military education and training continuum in the context of Pathway to Change, and more specifically the Broderick 2 report.
Yes.
Did you complete, and were you doing that under New Horizon?
Yes, Air Force was doing that and continues to do that.
I see. And is that just another example of continuous improvement, or has that gone through specific overhauls at particular points in time?
It's been an aspect of continuous improvement as we, and the strategic environment is continually changing. Air Force's mission and how we achieve it is under continual review. I have to do that to ensure I have the most efficient use of the resources and people and skills that we have available. As I said earlier, we are bringing new people in to the Air Force every year. I need to ensure that I have contemporary and appropriate training and military education to give them the skills and indeed the cultural approach that we need to complete our work. So that is under continual review. I think annually we do it. But depending on the nature of which syllabus, which element of training, and I'd offer for Warrant Officer Grasby to talk about one of our more recent ones, if you wish, which is an example of our education training system that follows on from the reviews that were conducted after New Horizon and Pathway to Change.
Warrant Officer Grasby, if it's a cultural change element of the curriculum, please do elaborate on that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gray. So the PME review, or the Professional Military Education Review, was titled Program Wirraway, which basically looked at all the elements of what our Air Force culture was, and in particular aligning to Pathways to Change and New Horizons, and building into that, because part of the step forward with our New Horizons was the Air Force values, and also the emphasis, which was really driven by the senior enlisted leadership team of the Air Force at the time, into the bystander behaviour and what that actually looks like in our workplace. So from that, the development of the PME program Wirraway really looks at how we contemporise our Air Force. But as we noted, continual review of that is happening aligned with what our current Air Force strategy is, and in particular the Lines of Effort 2, which revolves around our people. And our intelligent skilled workforce, and in particular our line of effort 4, which is the evolution of our culture.
And PME's professional military education, I take it?
Correct, sir.
Thank you. And when did Wirraway start? That is, when did it actually commence being delivered to students?
I recall, sir, that it was launched in 2016.
And the element of bystander behaviour, two questions really on that. is that exhorting all members of Air Force to intervene and report if they witness unacceptable conduct?
Correct, sir.
And is that supported by a formal direction or instruction that is backed up by disciplinary processes if it's transgressed?
The bystander behaviour concept as part of the pathways to change was certainly iterated as part of the values as well, but direction was, or a messaging across Air Force was provided at the time by the Warrant Officer of the Air Force. There was annual training in bystander behaviour as well, where it was certainly reinforced, re-educated, and became part of our narrative that the standard that you walk past is the standard that you first of all accept, and that we are to stop any incident whereby it was an unacceptable action and take action on that. The important part to note with that, though, is also in consultation with that work is what does a safe environment look like. So in order to be not be a bystander, we had to make sure that the environments around Air Force across all of our command are ones where people were psychologically safe to come up and be an upstander, which is the continuation work, sir, that we're doing as part of our Air Force, our culture.
Air Marshal, should that messaging, which is no doubt a good thing, actually be taken further and supported by a formal order, whether that's described as an instruction from yourself or a direction from yourself, that, in other words, would have disciplinary consequences if it's breached?
I don't believe within Air Force that I need to provide a specific or defined directive. Those expectations were explained by my predecessor under the New Horizons outcomes. New Horizons there was no sort of document to it. I think might be part of where some of the challenges lie to understand New Horizon. It was a web-based solution, but what it entailed was very specific guidance and direction that is rolled into our normal instructions that the Chief of Air Force at the time implemented, and then held command discussions at all levels. I now continue to do that at all levels of Air Force, as does Warrant Officer of the Air Force through our senior enlisted leadership network, that we support the policies, and policies are useful and direction is useful, but it's about explaining the why and having the conversations with our people that I think is more effective. So if I could try and explain it another way, the difference between Pathway to Change, New Horizon, and what we've learnt through those programs and approaches for culture is what I'm trying to implement through our Air Force, our culture, and that is not so much now a compliance-based approach, it's a purpose-based approach or a purpose-focused approach where I explain to people what I expect of them. I make sure that I can provide the opportunity for them to understand their purpose. And if I can do that, then I've got an organisation that is aligned. We all know where we're going, and that will provide an opportunity for, I think, it will give people a better chance to work together, to communicate together, to understand each other, to care for each other, to care for themselves, and in that way, I think we will achieve outcomes of better reporting, willingness and courage to come forward when there's aspects they either don't understand, don't agree with, or indeed that there's harm or things that they've been affected by.
So I think the answer is no. You don't think there should be a formal order?
I don't think there should be.
And just asking now about a different aspect of what's said about New Horizons, there's a reference to capitals, a personnel performance system, and the need to better align performance management of personnel with organisational goals. Now, I just want to ask about an aspect of that, which is, in effect, promotion of officers or possibly demotion or discharge of officers. And when I say officers, I include non-commissioned officers who might have command responsibilities for work groups and things. Are they told that the culture within their work group or their unit is a relevant factor in decisions about promotion or possibly even demotion? Are they told that, and I suppose is it the case that that culture within their work group or unit is taken into account by leadership in making decisions about promotion or demotion?
So every member of Air Force is subject to the performance reporting system annually. Within that system, the reporting and the different measures and assessment criteria that are in that report include implicitly aspects of culture. So that talks to values, it talks to behaviours, it talks to relationships, as well as attributes of their what you'd call professional mastery, so their technical skills. Those reports are then added to by history of incident reportings, other performance measures that we take on individuals, and including reward mechanisms where people have done well. So this isn't just about those that don't do good things. We're also recording people that do well.
Yep.
So as an example, all that information we use when we're considering postings and promotion, and part of my Air Force strategy and our Air Force, our culture, is posting for effect. It's not just about filling or ticking a box and filling holes. It's actually looking at the individuals to bring their strengths to the roles they need to perform. And that doesn't mean that it's just the same old people that go there. It's to bring cultural diversity, it's to bring gender diversity into what we do and bring the skills that are needed to make our Air Force better.
Now, you mentioned taking into account, in effect, the culture within the group as measured from incident reports, but also a number of other qualitative things. What's the incident reporting system in Air Force? What's it called?
So our incident reporting system is consistent with, aligned and coherent with the Defence reporting system. We use the Defence Incident Report as one of our primary means, but not the only means. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, and what are the others? Or the other one or others?
Incident reports, I also have a list of what I call critical commanders information requirements. So if incidents or events occur, there's some that I require a notification within an hour of occurrence, and that includes things like fatalities, aircraft accidents, sexual assault or misconduct such as that are key aspects of caring for our people. They were brought to my attention as well, so that there's a number of other means.
All right, so the Defence Incident Reporting System, what's the name of the current one that you're thinking of there?
It's the DIR, or the Defence Incident Report.
Thank you. And pardon me, but I can't remember exactly the term you used for the very urgent command level.
Commander, CCIR, Commander's Critical Information Requirements.
Command Critical Information Requirements, thank you. Any others of note? Any other incident reporting systems within Air Force?
All the normal, those two are the most relevant for...
So I should say that would pick up unacceptable behaviour.
Those ones are the formal ones, but there are other mechanisms for people to report outside the chain of command, of which I may or may not be aware of, depending on the nature of complaints or unacceptable behaviour concerns that are raised.
And when you say outside the chain of command, do you mean potentially straight to Chief of Air Force in a sense, skipping intermediate commanding officers? Is that what you mean?
There is always the opportunity to report outside the chain of command. There's the Defence Ombudsman approach, IGADF, and I know there's been discussions about whether that's inside or outside Defence. It's certainly outside my chain of command to IGADF. There's public interest disclosure opportunity, and then there's a list, and in fact on the aid memoir there, Mr Gray, a number of commissions such as the Merit Commissioner, Security Commissioner, other external and independent means to raise concerns, complaints, and if there's unacceptable behaviour in different ways, there are other means.
Just getting back to the question of whether in the performance criteria for officer promotion or demotion or even discharge, how you take into account that the healthiness of the culture within the unit. If I describe it in those terms, is that clear enough, given the context of what we've been talking about?
Yes, it is.
Can I just ask how, apart from incident reporting, in what other measurable way can you gauge the healthiness of the culture? Presumably the low incidence of unacceptable conduct or less serious unacceptable conduct, if there is any, and things of that nature. In what other measurable ways can you do that?
Yeah, so there are the surveys. I think there's been quite a number of discussions around the Your Say survey. We have one that's...
Just stopping there, are they at the work group level? Can you see into...
Yes, so they're run by the Defence People Group, so and we get the full reports and then analysis of those. Deputy Secretary Justine Gregg provides us her analysis, but we also then take that data and do our own analysis, and we match that to the incident reports that we have. We also do internal to Air Force and indeed across, in fact, not just Air Force, across aviation in the ADF. We do what's called a snapshot survey, and that's about significantly safety culture, but it has a well-being and a health aspect to it as well that allows for a response across the broad nature of how people are being treated.
Is that at the work group level as well?
Well, that's done across the Air Force enterprise and includes aviation participants in Navy and Army.
I'll clarify the question. In the analysis you receive as a result of that snapshot survey, are you able to gauge the results from particular small groupings, work groups within Air Force?
Yes, so we will do analysis and slices through the data to examine by unit, by rank, many different ways to do it, and we'll look at all of those aspects. And then we can provide our assessments and indeed lead to further or deeper review where we see what you might call a hotspot.
Okay, so I'll come to a document I can take you to on a workplace behaviour report, workplace behaviour survey report in just a second. But just while you've mentioned you can do a deeper review, the public description of what happens under New Horizons, albeit that has been replaced as of a year ago, I understand that, but we'll just stick with this for a second, refers to a Directorate of Organisational Development and Culture, which runs interventions through the Adaptive Culture Team. Can you explain those bodies?
So that was a part of the organisation that we established and continued to develop from around 2003. That organisation does conduct surveys around cultural uptake and assessments. They also conduct cognitive behaviour workshops. They conduct command and leadership training. They will go out and if they can see an area that through the reporting, we will ask them to go and have a look in a particular area to see if there's cultural impacts or more work that we need to do, whether it's education, whether it's deeper reviews such as military justice audits, and we'll use a number of different means to then examine more deeply where we think that's necessary. And I use that organisation that you've just explained, the DOBC, to certainly help us to do that, but it's not the only means.
Are there reports available of the activities conducted by that organisation?
Yes.
Are they sensitive and confidential, but could nevertheless be shared with the Royal Commission?
I think, as with any of the information where there's personal data or privacy aspects, then that would have to be managed appropriately. But where they've done reviews and have worked through to then provide advice to me, certainly, and for us to take other actions, I'd be able to find that.
Okay. They're not generally publicly reported on, is that right?
No, I use those and that organisation for my internal assessments.
Yep.
And to help me decide on what I would like to do and how I would provide advice and intent to my organisation.
And without speculating, are you able to give the commissioners an indication of the size and resourcing of those, or that body that conducts that work, and perhaps how frequently it conducts those in-depth analyses?
The size of the organisation, look, Mr. Gray, I would be guessing, but it's around 20 people, but it does include an organisational psychology unit within that. And how often it's continual. So, for example, we conduct senior leadership engagements 4 times a year that they lead for me. Commanders courses 3 or 4 times a year, and then other engagement opportunities we take as we require.
Thank you.
Mr. Gray, may I add something there?
Yes.
Just in relation to the DOBC, we work very closely as well in reference to the Leadership Exchange, which is once again targeting all levels of our Air Force. So we're very inclusive in the sense that the leadership is at every level, so paying particularly attention to our junior enlisted and our junior officers, because noting with what we've learnt from the past, being very committed to ensuring that we develop and instill those quality leadership in the junior enlisted and junior officers in order to make sure that they take the workforce forward. I would also like to add with that as well, please, Mr. Gray, that one of the key things that we are very focused on is not only through surveys and data, but pay particular attention to the engagement and the value that engagement across the workforce gives us in the measurements of how we are in the health state. And I talk to the atmospherics and I talk to the human terrain with what we focus on. And you can't understate the value that you get as an organisation by the human contact through the command teams, but importantly, just knowing your workforce, understanding the personality of your workforce in particular. So we work very collaboratively with Defence, but in particular the organisation DOBC, our senior leadership team, our senior enlisted leadership team, our command teams. But I really wanted to emphasise the value of the one-on-one engagement, the human connection, understanding the personality of our force, because that then informs how we move forward and draft the strategies, continue to evolve our culture, because as we know, as warfighting changes, as the structure of society changes, our culture must reflect that. So it's really a cyclic event where we focus on the engagement with the workforce as a priority as well.
Thank you. And DOBC, just for the record?
The Directorate of Organisation, Behaviour and Culture.
Thank you. Now, I'll just show you that workplace behaviour survey report. It's as of September 2020, so it's not particularly current. DEF 1000 8001 8301, please, operator. DEF 1000 8001 8301. Thank you. And Air Marshal, from what you've said, I take it that, well, I'll just ask you this. Is this the form in which you get an analysis of workplace behaviours surveys? I believe they're conducted quarterly, is that right? But then there's an annual,
Yeah.
clearly an annual
I believe so.
reference period. But are they conducted over an annual reference period quarterly? Is that how it works?
I'd have to. That's my understanding, yes, and I regularly see them.
Warrant Officer Gradsby, do you know?
I don't know that definite answer, sir, but I certainly see them in
Okay. And do you get any deeper analysis from the workplace behaviours survey than this, or is this in effect what you're given?
That's what we are given.
Yep. And I can't see here any unit or work group level analysis. So does that mean you don't get unit or work group level analysis, if I'm right in making that assertion about the document? Does that mean you don't get a unit or work group level analysis from the workplace behaviours surveys?
The way the survey reports are provided to me, I can examine and look in at some of the unit levels, and I can also go back and ask for specific data to do some analysis.
So this isn't the sum total of what you're given. You can ask for more.
We can go and and
right.
ask for further review or do a more sensitivity analysis around specific areas. We also this data also goes out to all of our units and certainly at the command and senior enlisted leadership level, so that they can review and then look into their own units the same way. And I expect that the commanders do that.
Yep. And just looking at some of the content, I should just ask, do you receive this in some sort of interactive form? Is that what you mean by you can look into it a bit more deeply, or do you receive it as a fixed document a PDF? Or
I receive it as a fixed document,
Okay.
and if I want to review, then I would have to go in and seek to do so.
And this is different from the Your Say survey, is it?
I think,
You mentioned the Your Say survey.
I think the Your Say survey, I think, feeds into this particular result.
Right. So it's up to you to ask for what particular unit or work group level analysis. It isn't given to you on a systematised basis. Do you agree with that?
That's correct.
And how do you come to a view about whether you want to ask for a deeper analysis at, say, the unit or even work group level?
So this is but one of the means that I'd use. There are surveys. There's this one. There's the snapshot survey I spoke about.
Yes.
But we also look at information across our human resource management organisation, our personnel organisation. We look at participation rates within units. There's a number of sources that I'd use to see where I'd want to dig deeper and to see where there might be areas that I have some concern about or areas that I want to celebrate.
Now, in the content of this document, it says unacceptable behaviour is back at 2018 levels of 30% after a slight increase in 2019, of 33%. That's in the top left-hand quadrant.
Yeah.
And that's less compared to whole of defence. It still seems quite high. That's my own editorial comment. What do you say to that comment?
I think it's above what I believe is acceptable.
Yeah, and realistically, where would you aspire to driving it down, or where would you counsel your successor later in the year to drive it down to?
I of course, I'd like to see it as zero, but that's a very difficult task. I haven't put a specific figure. My aspiration is to ensure that through enabling our people that we'll drive it as low as absolutely possible.
Is it about trends and just continuing to improve and getting it lower year on year if possible? Is that?
It is about trends. I note too that this is survey data, and I'm not a statistician, but we ask questions around who is it that's filling in the surveys? How do we know how many people are doing it? Am I getting both the adverse side and the good side of a survey response. The information that's provided in the surveys doesn't necessarily reflect what we also see in complaints. So we're looking at all of that information now and comparing, as I'm saying, across a number of different sources to try and put meaning to the data that's provided in a survey response such as this.
And is the complaint rate substantially lower than the rate indicated by the surveys?
As I understand it, Mr. Gray, yes.
Yeah. And have you done any work to try to understand what's driving that implied under-reporting rate?
We have, and that's coordinated across the whole of Defence. This is a challenge that we're trying to better understand, and that is leading to us trying to take measures to reduce that, to improve the reporting and complaints so that it reflects and enables people to come forward where there's concerns that they have.
The obvious question, is it driven by a culture of silence, not jacking on your mates and not complaining because you might fear stigmatisation?
Mr. Gray, I think you referred to the jacking on the mates. I think that may be a factor, but I think it's more than that. I think there's the concerns with stigma. The concerns that have been documented, that if I raise a concern, then particularly if it's a health issue, and I talk to that broadly, not just mental health, that someone may not be able to continue to do their primary role because we need to take care of their safety.
Apologies to interject, Mr. Gray. We need to break now for 15 minutes, if that's convenient. Yes. Apologies there, Marshall.
No problem, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 11:30. Ayes. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner. Operator, please bring up DEF 1011 1000 1700. Air Marshal, I mentioned a little earlier that I was going to take you to performance framework related issues and benchmarks or KPIs in two documents, AFSTRAT or Air Force Strategy and the business plan. I'll just take you to the business plan because I think it's the more detailed of the two. Is that a fair comment when it comes to performance frameworks? That's my reading of the two documents.
No, it is Mr Gray and It is Mr Gray and appropriately so.
Yep, okay. So let's just go to the business plan, and it's the document you see before you there, no doubt. That's what the cover says. And I imagine you were quite deeply involved in the preparation of this document, Air Marshal, is that right?
Yes.
And could we just unpack a little aspect of it, which is the interaction between some of the text on measuring performance. I'll take you to that in a minute, or in a second actually, and then the, in effect, the KPIs that appear in the table at the back, and I'll ask you to explain how the document works to the Royal Commissioners. If we go to page 1703, there's a heading, How We Measure and Report. Hopefully the operator will be able to bring up that and magnify it for you. It's the bottom third of page 1703. And if we perhaps, yes, if we go down to the bottom third and magnify that, please, operator, How We Measure and Report. There's a reference there to an Air Force performance and risk context diagram, and what seems to be said here is this is perhaps an organisation-wide, that is the way that organisation's performance is reported is depicted in this diagram and perhaps in the rest of the document. Is there a framework on how individual leaders within Air Force withdraw that? Is there a document setting out a performance framework for individual leadership within Air Force, or is that part and parcel of this performance reporting framework?
Do you mean in terms of an accountability sense, or or the roles of each individual leader?
Well, let's start with that. Is there a document setting out the accountability of the individual leaders and their particular roles and the outcomes they're responsible for?
Yes, there is, and the business plan explains if you like, the different functions of the Air Force operating model and the accountable officers within the Air Force executive for executing that part of the business. And then we also have what we call a RASCI matrix, which is responsible, accountable, supported, consulted and informed, and that details on that matrix each of those officers and what their part in each part of the business, not just their own specific responsibilities, if you like, but where they interact with other parts of the business and the officers that are accountable. So that's a very detailed accountability framework.
Thank you. And in the RASCI level of the accountability framework, is it fair to say that at that point in the accountability framework, the focus is shifting to the individual accountability and individual performance of the particular leader concerned?
There is for those aspects of where they are accountable, yes, that's the case, and that's matched up with a charter letter to each individual officer.
Okay, now, then over the page, on page 1704 under performance, there's some text which will come up in a minute. Right at the top of the page, I'll just start reading it out. Air Force performance is reported to Chief of Air Force at the Air Force Board using a combination of verbal reports and KPI scorecards reported on the Air Force Business Plan reporting tool. The performance and risk information will be provided in a clear dashboard format which will allow interrogation of data and report generation, and will be a quantitative assessment of the 3 Air Force end states. Now, just holding that text in your mind, and in particular the reference to KPI scorecards, at the back of the business plan, the document we're looking at, on page 1706, there's a very detailed table. It'll have to be magnified significantly to make it legible because of the form in which it's downloaded into our court book. But it's headed Outcome KPI Tables. And you're nodding, you're very familiar with this document.
I'm familiar with the table, yes.
Are those KPI tables, or those outcome KPI tables, the KPIs that are mentioned in the KPI scorecards in the Air Force Business Plan reporting tool?
Yes, they are, and they're then reflected in our dashboard as well.
Okay. And does it work like this? Under a number of topics running down the left-hand side, if we can bring up page 1706, please, operator, and magnify it so that the text fills the width of the page.
Mr. Gray, I think there may be a technical difficulty. I think it's just been fixed.
Oh, terrific. Can you see that, Air Marshal?
Yes, I can.
And it's quite small, but if you're reasonably close, can you see down the left-hand column running up the page 1.1 force generation? What do you call those? Are those, was it outcomes, or what do you call those topics in the left-hand column?
So, yeah, I can't read the document that's there, but basically they are the outcomes that we seek to measure our performance against each of the components of our operating model.
And I'll just ask the operator to go down to 3.4, which is towards the bottom of the page, very near the bottom of the page. It's 4 or 5 rows up from the very bottom, please, operator, and just expand just that row to the fullest extent possible for the Air Marshal to read. It's called workforce transformation. I just want to use this as an example. Just wait. Yeah, 3.4. Yeah, further down, please, operator, into the dark blue table. Thank you, that's it there. Stop and expand to the fullest extent possible. Can you read that, Admiral? Beg your pardon, Air Marshal. 3.4, workforce transformation.
I don't have a 3.4 on the table there.
All right.
Oh, sorry. I've got, yes, 3.4 on the far left column, yes.
Yep. And down, yes, I'm sorry, the far left column, that's right. Beg your pardon. And under, there's a column entitled metric, which is the 4th white column along, and it says values and behaviour targets for Air Force in the Your Say Organisational Climate Survey are achieved. Inclusive leadership targets for Air Force in the Your Say Organisational Climate Survey are achieved. And psychosocial safety targets in the Air Force Snapshot Safety Survey results are achieved. And thank you, you've explained really those 3 or those 2 types of surveys, and in general terms those matters in your evidence already. My question, is there an analysis of these surveys and whether those targets are being achieved on a unit or even work group level for particular leaders, or is this across the whole of the organisation? How does this KPI mesh with the RASCI level of the accountability framework that you described?
So the delegation of accountability and authority then goes down below each of those officers that are accountable for that function. It does also show the matrixed approach to this. So within this reporting and workforce transformation, it's led by the Deputy Chief of Air Force, but he has to engage across the whole of Air Force to understand the measures that we've put there and the assessments against them. To do that, he has to engage with his counterparts at his level and then down through all respectives to the unit level to understand our performance.
And is there any manner in which the leader at the unit level or below is accountable for what the survey results are showing and whether the KPIs are met? Personally?
They are, so a commander of a unit is accountable for the performance of their unit, which does include the cultural aspects. The survey is only one mechanism by which we assess that. There are other means, as Warren Officer Grasby did explain, where we find we have other ways of engagement with our people at all levels to understand, if you like, it's an implicit 360-degree assessment. So we're able to then assess the performance of the unit and then and hold the commanding officer to account for that performance.
All right. Thank you, Operator. You can take that very detailed document down. Now, I'll ask that the Operator bring up the most recent of the annual updates of the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare's reports on veteran suicide monitoring. It's the 2021 report, September 2021 report. It's at STU 00000001 2861. Air Marshal, are you familiar with that report?
I'm broadly familiar with the report.
Yep. We'll go to page 2887, please, Operator, showing figure 7. It 2887, thank you. And in the top third of the page, we have figure 7 showing, I should just give a little bit of context, Air Marshal, you probably know, but just for the public viewing this graph and hearing this testimony, the AIHW began its report with actual numbers of known suicides amongst veterans, but then for really almost the rest of the report, the statistical representation of the suicides is generally on the basis of what is the rate at which suicide is known to be occurring, expressed per 100,000 population per year. And expressed in that manner, we see a bar chart here in figure 7 in relation to data drawn about known suicides amongst ex-serving ADF personnel from people who've served from 1985 to 2019. And we see the Air Force has the lowest rates amongst the 3 services expressed in that way. And no doubt, because the Air Force actually has the lowest number of serving personnel of the 3 services, if you expressed it in absolute terms, the numbers for the Air Force would be lower than the other 2 services as well. It's just that expressing the rates in this manner, in effect, irons out the difference in sizes of the workforces in the 3 services.
Yeah.
Is that how you understand this graph to operate, Air Marshal?
That is how I understand it.
And it shows that the rates of people taking their lives after having served in one of the three services is the lowest for the Air Force, both for men and for women. Men represented by the chart, the bar on the left for each service, and women represented by the bar on the right for each service. And I just wanted to ask you, Air Marshal, whether you have any insights into why that may be so. Are there protective factors that operate in the Air Force context?
I don't have any detailed analysis on why they would be vastly different. Of course, I'd like to think that it's the way we treat our people that helps, but the fact that there's suicide occurrences recorded is dismaying in itself. So I don't look at it in that way. The question, though, if I'm correct, is you asked if there is any protective aspects of Air Force service. And just to confirm, is that in the context of compared to Navy and Army, or just more broadly, my view across Air Force?
Either as you choose, Air Marshal. Of course, any suicide is a tragedy, and it would be best to prevent any suicides. We'll come to a comparison of the rates of suicide in comparison to the general community rates in a minute, and we'll see that the rates of suicide amongst people who have served in the Air Force are not terribly different from general community rates. Now, there's not a lot. I'm not saying that one can jump to conclusions from that, because one would expect that all the services are recruiting people who are, in effect, the best and brightest in many ways. And any suicide is a tragedy, and you'd hope there'd be none. Nevertheless, the comparison here does suggest that perhaps there's something operating in an Air Force context that isn't necessarily operating in service in the Navy or the Army. And can you tell the Royal Commissioners whether Air Force has done any thinking about that, and whether it has any insights into what might be the reason for that?
Yeah. We're all doing thinking into our business and what might be causing suicide. I think the key difference between Navy, Army and Air Force is that our nature of service is different. And I'm not skilled and trained to understand those differences and how that affects people or the impacts on them. But we will continue in our service in the Air Force to try and provide the best environment by which we could minimise the risks of suicide within Air Force.
Warrant Officer Grasby, do you have any insight that you can provide to the Royal Commissioners as to what might be the explanation for the comparatively lower rates of suicide amongst ex-serving personnel from the RAF?
I can't compare against the other two services, Mr. Gray, but what I can provide the clarity on is particularly the focus now on transition and caring for the workforce through that phase, because we've certainly done the analysis around where the risks may be, and then focusing the energy in the resources there through our member support coordination that now supports members with the command team in order to make sure that all of their needs are met. But the other thing as well, Mr. Gray, is that there is at times no combat indicators that are going to suggest that someone may complete suicide past service. But what we're incredibly committed on with is having those services and treating everybody with respect, dignity and the best services available through that transition. Whether that correlates to the figures, there is no data or analysis to suggest that, but we'll stay committed to make sure that we do that service for our veterans.
Just a point of clarification, you said no, there are no combat indicators, or sometimes there are no combat indicators. What do you mean by that?
Mr. Gray, in the sense that someone can go through the transition process with the aid of a transition centre, particularly with what we've instigated as a Defence Force as a joint transition authority, and there may not be any indications at that stage that they may have suicide ideation. They may be transitioned through their own moving on in their life story, or there may be transition out due to medical condition. So nothing that actually identifies that.
And when you said combat indicator, do you mean an indicator arising from a combat experience? Is that what you meant?
It's a term of phrase, Mr. Gray, in sense of a combat indicator is what I tend to use if there's something that's a heightened threat to it.
Thank you. Whether it's actually combat related or not.
Yes, Mr. Gray.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gray, do you mind if I ask a question
Please do,
perhaps
Commissioner.
arising there? There is a unit within the Air Force called the Airfield Defence Guards. And am I right in thinking that they might be more comparable to an infantry unit within the Army than the rest of the Air Force?
Yes, I think so, Commissioner.
And they might be exposed sometimes more to combat, one-on-one or rather than from an aircraft.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner. And they've been deployed in circumstances for protective, on-ground protective tasking.
Do you know whether there are any figures about suicide rates amongst them compared to the rest of the Air Force?
I'm not aware of any specific figures of suicide relating to those units. I'd ask Warren Grazeby if she's aware. I don't know that we have the data.
No specific figures that I can provide to you, Commissioner. Certainly, I would also include in that our security forces in total, like the Airfield Defence Guards being one component of that, are certainly ones in the sense that when we deploy as a force, are responsible as a capability to provide that airfield security for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll go to the age-adjusted tables on page 2882, please, operator. And in these tables, I'll direct these questions to you, Air Marshal. In table 3, there's a table for males comparing ex-serving males and their suicide rate with the Australian population generally, allocated into those age cohorts that you see. And when this is done, there's, for males, a elevated rate compared with the community in the younger age cohorts. And it's quite marked in the under 30s and the under 39s. Under 30s and under 40s, I should say. When we look at table 4, it's the same information for women, and we see there's a very startling disparity between the age segregated statistics for ex-serving women compared with general community in the age group under 30. And my question, firstly, looking at that very, very startling disparity for women, has Air Force identified whether any of the women in question who've taken their lives, who are known to have been serving in the ADF and to have taken their lives, are in this cohort? Has Air Force identified whether any of its people are amongst that group?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is that, do you mean you haven't asked that anybody look into that? Is that what you're saying?
No, I haven't.
Is that something you should do?
Yes, it is. This data, as it's recently come out, we are working through that across the department, and they are, I think, the sorts of questions that we should be seeking to examine.
Yep. I took you to the other graph, which shows that, and perhaps we can have it up on the screen on the right-hand side at the same time as showing these tables. It shows that for women, ex-serving females have taken their lives in that period at a rate a little below 10%. That's not correct. A little below 10 per 100,000 of population, that rate. Withdraw what I said a minute ago. For Air Force, and then that same, when one looks at the tables, the rates in the general population are, they're not at 10%, but they're not greatly below, they're not at 10 per 100,000, but they're not greatly below 10 per 100,000 in the different age groups. For the general Australian population, women under 30, 6.6 per 100,000. In the age group 30 to 39, 7.4 per 100,000. In the age group 40 to 49, 8.6 per 100,000, and 50 and over, 6.6 per 100,000. So the question is, if one separated out the information about the suicide rate in Figure 7 for ex-serving females who've come from Air Force, what would one find? Has Air Force tried to do an aged base analysis of these figures? It sounds like you might not have, because you haven't looked into how many younger women might have taken their lives after leaving the Air Force. Is that right?
I don't believe that Air Force has independently undertaken that analysis at this point, and I'm not sure if there's been broader analysis or not across the department to look at the Air Force data associated with that.
And Warrant Officer Grasby, do you have any knowledge of this?
Not of any further work, so no.
Air Marshal, you've accepted that it's something that should be looked into. Will Air Force look into it now?
I think we will continue to do everything that we can to try and understand the challenges that are in front of us here, and the unacceptable outcomes that we see in suicide more broadly, but certainly in this case across ex-serving females, and in particularly in the younger cohort.
To try to work out, A, if any of the young cohort of ex-serving women who've taken their lives have come from Air Force, and B, to identify all of the people, all of the women who've taken their lives after leaving the Air Force. Is that what you're saying?
I would say that and agree that they are some of the things we look at, but I think there's a lot more we could also examine. There's a lot of information that we don't get for ex-serving personnel more broadly. We do have information, obviously, for those that are serving that might complete suicide, but we don't have deliberate or exact information around ex-serving members, and that the measures that we are putting in place with the Joint Transition Authority and aiming to work more closely with DVA and to understand where there might be a service nexus, so that we can take action to do something about that. And indeed, if we can contribute to ex-service organisations and however we can provide the family of support that Warrant Officer Grasby spoke about, then we would want to do everything we could to assist.
So, thank you. Now, just not distinguishing between men and women, ex-serving men and women,
We have not identified a means by which we can gather that as a complete picture.
Is that something that Air Force should do? That is, in effect, to compile what you might call, what's been called in some evidence, a register of people who've taken their lives or are suspected perhaps to have taken their lives, so that Air Force can do everything it can to understand whether there's been any service-related contributing factor?
I think the more effective means to do that will be around the existing organisations that support our people. So Air Force will do that for serving members. Department of Veterans Affairs as an organisation is there to support our ex-serving members. And I think that we should be enabling the integration between the two of those organisations, which we are currently doing through the Joint Transition Authority, to be able to understand and track our personnel and to ensure that there is a better transition between service and ex-service. And in that way, I think we would get a better outcome. And these are reforms that are already in place, and I know that DVA are doing these things. That allows us to do our core business, but while we can also be engaged and contribute to the care of our people throughout their life.
Well, let's just unpack that a little bit. I think probably with respect, you didn't directly answer the question about whether Air Force would look into who it is that's taken their lives after leaving Air Force and do that on a continuing basis, but rather you'd hope that others would do that, such as
I would
DVA?
say that is DVA's responsibility.
All right. Is there a role for Air Force to at least collaborate with DVA and possibly with this transition authority you mentioned, the Joint Transition Authority, to understand if there are contributing service-related factors to those suicides once they're identified?
Yes, Mr. Gray, I think that we should collaborate with DVA, and we are doing that now. I think we should continue to do that, and I would want to understand so that I can learn to ensure that we can continue to improve our culture. And if there are factors that we have contributed to, risk factors, then I would want to be able to know about those, and I can only do that through collaboration.
Thank you, indeed, because through that collaboration and learning about whether there are risk factors and if so what they are, you might be able to prevent those risk factors from being as severe or even arising in the future. Isn't that the main point?
I think that's an important point, Mr. Gray, and I would certainly, that would be my intent, to minimise the impacts that we may have placed on individuals, to minimise, reduce risk or minimise risk to avoid suicide.
Are there arrangements in place for that collaboration to occur?
I think the most tangible arrangement is through the Joint Transition Authority at the moment, and that is a new organisation, and I engage the Joint Transition Authority, and through them DVA, through my personnel organisation and our Strategic Issues Management organisation. And that is a mechanism at the moment by which we would do that collaboration.
Have you given them a mandate to look into these suicides and to try to understand whether risk factors or patterns can be identified amongst them insofar as the Air Force is concerned?
I haven't given my parts of the organisation a mandate to examine the ex-serving suicides. I am working with the organisations, DVA, as I've explained, through the Joint Transition Authority, but largely that will be done through Defence People Group, but we'll be strongly engaged with them to work through these aspects.
Okay, just pardon me for a minute. Just want to ask about some of those themes I mentioned right at the outset and whether there are any particular targeted measures you want to draw to the Royal Commissioner's attention in respect of each of them. And in no particular order, understand the participation rate of women in Air Force is comparatively high compared to the other services. Nevertheless, it's still dominated by men, and of course traditionally it was exclusively men. And I want to ask whether there are lingering effects or still a persistence of any negative aspects of male-dominated institutions such as hypermasculinity in Air Force, and whether there are any measures that you have in place to address that risk or that phenomenon. Start with you, Air Marshal.
So the first point, we are very determined to drive to diversity outcomes, particularly in gender, that will add and improve our capability. Our previous target was for 25% women in service. We have achieved across Air Force now 25.8%. Our target now is 35%. We're driving very deliberately forward on that, both from recruiting, posting, professional development, appointments, to ensure that we can enable female engagement, performance and assessment across the organisation. There are areas that we have pockets of lower participation of women that I need to increase. Fighter pilots is one example. There are areas within Air Force where the participation number of women in certain roles is higher than 50%. So in the reverse case, I also need to seek diversity outcomes that represent a diverse population across specific units, and that's a balance both ways. We are certainly senior leadership positions. We are increasing the number of women that have been appointed to senior leadership. I have an engineer that is now leading the Defence Space Command as we stand up that capability. She happens to be female. And we will continue to build and strengthen those outcomes and across the senior enlisted leadership team as well. And if you're okay to invite Warren Grasby to comment.
I will in a minute. I've actually got a specific question relating to senior NCOs. And thank you for the participation rate information. Anything else? Any targeted education? Any recruiting, screening? Any element of the values-based recruitment strategy that you outlined that is directed against misogyny? Anything of that kind?
So we, and there's another part of the question I haven't answered yet, I think, Mr. Gray. Flexible work arrangements, removing obstacles for female opportunities. Females are able to apply for and perform in any of the Air Force roles. So there's a number of measures that we've taken to enable women an opportunity to progress. We did start some time ago to actually set quotas and targets, but we are very much normalising that now to business as usual, which I think is important to our cultural progression, that it becomes recognised as normal for women to be considered and they are competitive for appointments.
Thank you. You just want to leave it at the female participation.
Yeah, and
Female participation rates in those.
yeah, and there
in
was
those
one.
roles. You don't. There's nothing you want to say about specific cultural initiatives.
So
That was an element of my question.
yeah, so specific cultural aspects apply equally to all members of the Air Force. So other than those measures, such as recognising flexible work arrangements and other aspects, then they're measures that we have taken to try and provide opportunities for women.
Warrant Officer Grasby,
Just before you do this, it's a question of fairness. The last question implied that recruitment hadn't been dealt with, whereas the answer before that included recruitment.
so I did ask specifically about whether there were, in the values-based recruitment strategy that you outlined earlier, there were elements directed to screening for misogynistic attitudes and things of that kind. Do you know of any element of the recruiting?
I haven't provided any. I haven't provided any specific direction or intent around a topic of misogynistic behaviours or whatever. That is gripped up and included in our overall values base, that we wouldn't accept those types of behaviours.
Right. Warrant Officer Grasby, I'll just ask for a graph from the annual report on women in the ADF, the supplement to the Defence annual report, to be displayed, and it just shows a little bit of a drop-off at the senior NCO level in the participation rate for Air Force. Are you familiar with that trend?
I am, Mr Gray.
Yep.
Yes.
Do you want me to show it?
No, it's fine, Mr Gray. I've got our numbers in front of that
Yep.
in
So-
AMY as well.
What's happening at the senior NCO level? There appears to have been a drop-off over the last 3 years, as reported in the most recent available Women in the ADF report, for both people in the senior NCO positions and the pipeline to those positions for Air Force, although the last 2 reported years are very close as regards the pipeline. The pipeline might have slightly increased in the last reported year, in fact, 2019-20. Is there a problem in increasing the trend that you're seeing elsewhere with increasing female participation rates just in those ranks?
Mr Gray, I don't feel there is a problem. We're doing a lot of work across the workforce design and doing the analysis of when people in Air Force, particularly the female rates that you mentioned, why they're leaving as well, because some of it can be correlated to their commitments with family. Some of them can be correlated in the sense that they want a stability of home life. So there's a whole bunch of work that's going on in our workforce design to actually understand the data. What I would like to add, though, and it certainly relates to your comment in reference to misogynistic and values, one of the focuses, particularly with our Air Force, our culture, is the inclusivity and, in particular, empowerment of the workforce at all levels. So our most junior enlisted to our most senior enlisted in both the enlisted and the commission ranks. So, and that's, I feel, as part of changing and evolving that behaviours within the culture. So I can see the upward trend, Mr Gray, and in particular there's some strategies in the sense of inviting more junior females into areas that they haven't had the exposure to before, in order to make sure that they understand what their pathways are in order to develop them to a senior NCO level. And that goes to your question in reference to specific training and leadership development. Because in the past, when we didn't have the total workforce system, there were the choices that they have now in reference to having the ability to take some time out to have a family and then come back. So one of the narratives, and particularly the message that we say, is that you can go in and out of the different service categories, but you will always have a career in Air Force, to try and grow those numbers up as well.
All right. So This is at page 31 for the record of the most recent Women in the ADF report, which is, I think we're still waiting on the 2020 to 21 Women in the ADF report. So I'm basing this on the 2019 to 21. And it does say that senior non-commissioned officers, for the proportion of women in senior positions in Army and Air Force has decreased since 2016-17. Similarly, the proportion of women in pipeline positions in 2020 has decreased since 2016-17. But are you saying the trend is reversing and it's now going up again?
I'm saying, Mr Gray, in certain musterings in categories which are job profiles, we certainly see an increase, particularly if you look at the pipeline with targeted at recruiting levels. And just for some context, I have the privilege to attend our recruit training units on a very regular basis. And some of the courses that we see coming through are majority women. And that's a really refreshing thing to see as well. So comes back to where we're focused on it. It goes right back to our original conversation with Pathways to Change. So I am anticipating the trend upward, Mr Gray, and there's certainly a lot of work to support that as well with our Director of Workforce Design.
Okay. Next topic, and perhaps I'll start with you, Warrant Officer Grasby. Sexual assault reporting. I think it can be taken on notice that there are various impediments, even in the general community, to people who are sexually assaulted coming forward and actually making a formal complaint and report, and perhaps even more impediments to them then participating in a formal investigation that could lead to an outcome. And that doesn't just affect women. I mean, men can be victims of sexual assault and feel the same impediments, but perhaps it's particularly acute for women in a male-dominated institution. That's a speculation. What is Air Force doing on a regular basis that could be described as an initiative to support people who are victims of sexual misconduct, including assault, to come forward?
Mr Gray, we certainly educate the workforce in reference to what the options are to come forward. There's certainly support provided for the people who do come forward, and as you rightfully point out, in both sexes as well. We take the victim-centric approach and certainly protect them through that process, working closely with our Defence Military Police Unit, and in particular the Sexual Offences Response Team, and then working through with what the individuals required as part of that reporting process. It's, I will say and would like to note that we talk about it now where we never used to as much as what we do. So it's about having the links to all of the layers of people within the force where they can feel comfortable and safe to come forward. We also, if we relate specifically to the sex of female, the gender of female, is that we have networking groups that we come together as well where it is a safe place that we also invite the men into as well, because it's about that inclusivity. So there's education, there's particularly with how they can report, there's then victim-centric support by not only Air Force but the wider defence, working closely with our incident management teams as well, and of course the DMPF, or the police units. Are
those networks systematically rolled out across Air Force, or are they just in units where there are enough women to get one going? With the
Wings, sir, which is the Women's Integrated Networking Group, we have a really strong take-up across most of our bases. Even to the point now, which I'm incredibly proud of, is we're going to go global because we're having these conversations with other air forces as well. So they've seen the success of the Wings in our Air Force, where it's, regardless of what your rank is, we come together, you have a voice, and we work together as part of the greater strategy, and of course of our Air Force, our culture, with our intelligence skill workforce and evolution of our culture.
Emma, anything you want to add?
The point that Warrant Officer Grasby just explained, it's probably better in the Wings organisations than some parts of other parts of Air Force where it's across all rank levels. That people can come into those networks and feel free to to speak and ask questions. As Ronald Rasby said, males are a part of that and are welcomed into that so that we can contribute, understand, learn and try and do things better.
I think I'll go back to Ronald Rasby. Domestic violence, is that encompassed within the scope of reportable unacceptable conduct so that it will go into the Air Force chain of command system and be picked up and acted upon? And is it also covered by the bystander messaging that you were referring to earlier, so that it isn't a matter of there being, I don't know, a formal police report of something coming to defence, but there's actually an onus on anybody in Air Force who comes to know of some domestic violence in an Air Force home to do something about it. Can you deal with those two questions together?
Yes, Mr. Gray. So first part of the question, when the chain of command or someone within the workplace becomes aware of an allegation of domestic violence, obviously, as per all unacceptable behaviour, the victim-centric approach is the forefront in protecting the person. Now, the tricky part, because it's complex as you appreciate, is what the person's wishes are as well. And the other complexity is if the person who is the alleged perpetrator is in defence or Air Force or outside of defence or reverse for the victim. So we need to take into consideration all of those complexities and then work out what the best way to support is. Now, in the event that it's a defence member who then, subject to which state legislation applies, is awarded an AVO or a DVO, well then that member's responsibility is to report to the chain of command that they've been subjected to that and that the subsequent court hearings may be coming.
That's not a very adequate reporting mechanism, though, is it? Because it's a trust me, isn't it? It relies on the person who's the very subject of the allegations of violence to self-report up the chain of command about that.
It's tricky, as we all appreciate, because male or female being subject to that kind of restrictions, we need to also ensure that we keep that person safe as well, and that's why the subsequent restrictions that are put on, depending on where they're employed. But you're correct, it does take that person to actually report through their chain of command. Now, we can find out in other ways, but there's nothing actually formulated at this stage through standing instructions with respect to, and every state's different too, and the privacy that goes around with that information when it's a civilian matter is things that we try and navigate around as best as what we can with the instructions that we have now.
I'd suggest that it's far more likely that, well, I'll withdraw that. It's possible for domestic violence to be occurring without there being a formal protection order or AVO in place, of course, isn't it? Yeah. And I'd suggest that it'd be more appropriate if a colleague, person in the same unit, welfare officer, even a padre, becoming aware of domestic violence, were to have some sort of ability to do something about it, whether that be within the chain of command or outside the chain of command. I don't know if you agree with that suggestion, you're free to comment on that suggestion. Is there any mechanism of that kind in place?
I do agree with that comment, Mr. Gray, and it goes back to one of the points we've raised about understanding your workforce. And we talk about this with our command teams, particularly when you look at the human aspect of what can be presented if someone's subjected to domestic violence. What I would say to you, though, is it's sensitive in the place that when the command team becomes aware, whether it is through one of those avenues and the trusted person that you've mentioned, the command team will then have a conversation and then see what the best options are for the alleged victim at that point.
Would there be scope for having a way of reporting in a way that's outside the chain of command, not just of domestic violence, but perhaps of unacceptable conduct more generally, and for that to be dealt with by a process that is not connected with the chain of command and which is victim-centric and supporting of the victim. Is that an appropriate, would that be a practical and appropriate mechanism within Air Force, Air Marshal?
So Mr. Gray, those mechanisms for all what we term unacceptable behaviour or sexual assault, domestic violence, the mechanisms we've discussed previously also apply in this case. I'd add that and just to be very clear on the victim-centric approach or person-centric, we're trying to drive away from the term victim-centric to make it more encompassing and less stigma, is about a belief structure, and a belief methodology, so believing what is explained. So that we would encourage people to do that through the chain of command, but the opportunities are available through civil police, through the IGADF, through other disclosures that any member, whether it's someone that has been subjected to domestic violence, whether it's someone that's perpetrating domestic violence, or whether it's a colleague in the workplace that detects a behaviour change of an individual, be that in both a perpetrator or a victim sense, we are encouraging through a command guidance document to all people to encourage all people in the ADF and certainly Air Force to come forward when they see something that's unusual or could be an indicator of domestic violence. If there are aspects of safety involved that are detected, then that becomes notifiable. And indeed, there are cases obviously very sensitive to a victim where we then have to work through the legal aspects of that and what it is we can and can't do to support and indeed treat and prevent domestic violence occurring.
So moving away from unacceptable conduct and domestic violence in particular to just general health seeking about injuries, mental health perhaps in particular, distress and other forms of issues impacting on wellbeing and mental health. Does Air Force have a specific strategy for destigmatising help seeking, timely and early help seeking?
We aim to do that through education and to explain to people that it's okay, and we encourage people to come forward if there is a health issue or some circumstance that may be affecting their ability to complete their tasks. And the mechanism around that is what we're using across our human performance parts of the organisation is to ensure that people are what we call fit to fight and fit for life. So it's about providing them the opportunity to say, look, I've got a health issue, for example, and we want to spend the time and give them an opportunity to repair, recover, and return them as soon as possible to their primary roles.
There's a perception that for certain kinds of help seeking in particular, if you put your hand up, your career might be disadvantaged. You might even be put straight before a medical board and removed from operational duties. What do you say about that suggestion or perception, Air Marshal?
I think there can be a perception of that. We are educating and engaging with our workforce to explain to them that our focus is to ensure that they're well and they've got they're healthy and their well-being allows them to complete their roles. Of course, in some cases, we rely on their courage to come forward to say, I have a health issue that may compromise their ability to complete their task safely. And certainly if that occurs, then we would have to engage with them to say, look, we need you to, we'll remove you from your primary duties, but we will work with them for health recovery, and during that time it would be such things as graduated return to work so that they can still do meaningful work and then return to their full state.
it's difficult to be specific about this. Every case is different. Is that? I mean, I appreciate you giving evidence at a general level here, but we might have to leave it there. Finally, psychological harm from administrative and disciplinary processes on either end of the process. Targeted strategies in Air Force, are there any?
This does come down to some of the points we discussed earlier around organisational reform, administrative process. There's been a number of justice audits and review of how we conduct inquiries, fact findings, how we resource our commanders and provide the appropriate advice to them so that they can review allegations of poor behaviour, of poor performance, whatever it may be, so that we can address those issues as efficiently as possible, and educating commanders in particular through our command courses on how best they approach that to try and improve how we manage these cases. And I've been intimately involved in historical cases where we haven't done that well in the past, and we are aiming to make those aspects better so that we can minimise the impact on what is a stressful occasion for people when we have to deal with these types of issues.
May I please add something, Mr. Gray, just quickly, just in reference to the destigmatisation, in the sense that there's a lot of power that can be gained through the story.
Is this of help seeking?
Help seeking,
Yeah.
yes. What we are doing, though, is through engagement across the total workforce, in particularly the ones who have come through those particular situations and do have a successful career based on their own, wishes. We're celebrating that, and we're actually building that into a strategy so they can share their stories amongst the force. So they can see the results of, it's not the end of your career, but actually empowering the majority of the force, which is our enlisted force, to tell those stories and see those success stories, but informing at the highest level.
So those people with the experience of having gone through presumably some form of rehabilitation and then back to duties, success in other ways, are they presenting to groups of Air Force personnel?
Yes, sir.
Are they also peering up, buddying with particular Air Force personnel? Is that any element of Air Force's strategy for using people with lived experience?
Not by a structure of sorts of buddying up, but I will say to you that two of our most junior enlisted are now part of the senior leadership team mental health and wellbeing steering group. So to have them sitting at the table with a 2-star chair to actually inform the leaders of Air Force of what we need to consider, because it's going to affect them. It's really not about the people that sit at our level. So, but how do we connect with the workforce at that level, the ones where it's going to count? So they're actually peering up, to the highest level of Air Force.
All right. That's often called co-design by people with lived experience. Is that a term you're using in Air Force, co-design?
I haven't used that term. So
no, okay. Bernadette Boss, the Interim National Commissioner on Veteran Suicide Prevention, made some recommendations around setting up a peer network of people with lived experience who could help break down stigmatisation of help seeking and drive cultural change. Is that an idea that Air Force has looked at? Air Marshal?
If I can offer, and not a specific peer network, as in when a recruit comes in to the organisation that we attach a peer to support them through, that in effect occurs through mentoring from within the recruit training unit and the instructors that are there. But across the broader Air Force, we build networks, I think, that achieve the same outcome. I think they are equally important, and indeed I think we've seen success from them. There's some of the ones we've discussed today, that is leadership exchanges, a leadership enrichment program that Warrant Officer Grasby and the Deputy Chief lead for Air Force, and the Wings program for women. These are peer networks that we are putting in place that as 3 examples of where that type of an approach is already proving to be useful for us.
So I think I'm right in inferring that you're quite happy with the effort put in on peer networks, and you're not really entertaining an additional, more ambitious one of the kind Bernadette Boss recommended. Is that a fair?
Mr. Gray, if I
summary
could
of what you're saying?
rephrase potentially, I think we are achieving some success in the peer network approach, or a peer network-like approach that we are taking through a number of measures. I think there's more that we can do, and we will look at ways to improve that. If I could give you a very specific example of where we see this, and it's about encouraging our workforce. We every year we select and recognise what we now call our enlisted aviator of the year. The enlisted aviator from last year was a junior enlisted aviator, performing poorly, underconfident, was afraid to come forward and talk about his experience, didn't want to appear weak. So he worked through that and was engaged with a sergeant who became his mentor to assist him, and they talked, and he learned about vulnerability. And what he talks about, and he does that through these types of networks that we've explained, he does that at other speaking engagements, and he talks very powerfully about his ability to recognise that it was okay to be vulnerable. And through that, his performance turned around, and he was then recognised as our enlisted aviator of the year because of his performance in his key role.
And will we be able to find out about him from public sources, I assume?
Yes, we provided his award at the Air Force's centenary event on the 31st of March last year, and he spoke in public about his experience.
Thank you. And we'll understand more about how he was paired with that sergeant in the first place when we do that research. Thank you. I've got to leave it there, Commissioners. I haven't left you much time. Well, it depends how long you want to go up to lunch.
No, that's
Over
fine.
to
We're learning to eat faster, Mr. Gray, at lunch. But Commissioner?
Thank you. I have a few questions. I want to focus, I have many, but I'll focus on suicide. I'm just wondering whether you are able to tell me whether you know the numbers of serving Air Force personnel who have died by suicide since, say, 2001, and the number of ex-serving Air Force?
I don't have that information with me right now, Commissioner, but that information is available in our records for current serving or those that completed suicide during their service. I am not as confident, nor do I do not know that I could gather the information around ex-serving members that have completed suicide.
Do you have any processes to seek to gain that information about the ex-serving?
At the moment, Commissioner, I don't have any mechanisms to do that, and I would once again, I think that's a role and function for the Defence Veterans Affairs, and then we would continue to work through our Joint Transition Authority to be able to collaborate them to understand how we can better understand it, and certainly if there's any implications from the member's service.
With all due respect, as I understand it, only about 1/3 of veterans are engaged with DVA. Now, I don't know that we know the data about the percentage of veterans who die by suicide and their engagement with DVA. It may be higher than that. But there is undoubtedly going to be a cohort with whom DVA has had no contact. I therefore have to ask the question whether it's reasonable to expect DVA to be responsible in that space, and whether or not there may be other mechanisms that could be pursued to better understand from the ex-serving group.
So, Commissioner, I would agree that I think DVA have an immense task, and I would want to provide as much assistance as we could from Air Force to help answer that question. One of the ways I think that we may be able to collaborate with an organisation such as DVA is our then links to our some of our ex-service organisations, if you like. It's probably not the right term, but the example is our Air Force Association. I'm a member, for example, of the Friends of the Mirage, and we regularly gain reports and advice on people's passing. I think if we could better examine how our links into those types of organisations, they're sort of almost, I'd use the term crowdsourcing opportunities to understand what's occurring to ex-serving members. We could probably, I think, then collaborate with DVA, who have the mechanisms to actually do the analysis and the research, I think, and be able to manage the legalities of assessment and analysis around deaths. That's not something that I'm a specialist in.
We heard from Chief of Navy a day or two ago, time goes so quick, but about a willingness to perhaps even be contacted by families of people who've died by suicide. Would that be something you would entertain?
Yes, I think that if that helped us, then I think we should have a look at every opportunity and option, and then appropriately resource where it's needed to ensure that we can minimise the realisation of risk factors that are associated with suicide.
I mean, at one level, somebody knows, because and the AHW did their work in a disaggregated, unidentified form, but they cross-matched those people who had died by suicide with their service records. So at some level, this information has to be available, albeit that there are challenges in that. Can I just ask one other comment, and it may be a bit provocative, but I was impressed by your description of your approach to changing the culture in the workplace, and said that until the mid-1990s, there was a sense, a prevailing attitude that accidents happened, and you've now realised that you need to change that, and you've said about changing it very deliberately. I'm wondering whether the same could be said about suicide, whether indeed there has been a prevailing attitude that either we don't know about it, or we don't want to know about it, or it's not us, and whether now is the time that we need to change that. And as I said, I appreciate it might be a provocative comment, but I'd be interested in your response.
Commissioner, I don't think it's provocative. I think it's what we should do. I don't know that there's many people in the Air Force that haven't been touched one way or another by suicide. I certainly have. A good friend of mine and his sister appeared as a lived experience, did commit suicide well after his service. But that's one of those family links that I personally knew about it, but I think there is more that we can all do. And as I've said, around our mentality and just acceptance of that's how it is, that was a change that we needed to take. I think the same is true here with suicide. And I think we are continuing to ask a lot of our people. We need to be able to care for them in order to do that, and for what reasons they decide to complete suicide. I'd like to know the answer to it, and whatever we can do to help is really vital.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you for your evidence. I don't have any further questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I just have a couple of brief comments, and then I do have two very quick questions, if I may. Just to take Commissioner Brown's point further about an analysis, if you like, of people, particularly who are former serving members, not current members. And it almost is unfair to ask you to comment on that by yourself when it's really a whole of service problem and DVA problem and I'd say government problem, really. But it is something that I think, inevitably will have to focus on in terms of a deeper analysis of where people came from who have ended up suiciding, and then looking at the causes. And part of I think we probably agree any first step towards solving a problem would be to understand that there is a problem and then to admit that there's a problem. So in that vein, I just wanted to say to the warrant officer, it was really heartening to hear you say that in relation to the problems that have existed in the past, there have been failures of leadership. It's a brave thing to admit to, and I want to thank you for that. But I just wanted you, if I may, to comment a bit further on, so you've seen what you've perceived to be failures of leadership in the past. And while you have both indicated very clearly that your work is a work in progress, you're not resting on your laurels, and that's great. What key steps do you think have been taken that led to good results in terms of preventing failures of leadership, which ultimately in our bailiwick may lead to suicidality?
Thank you, Commissioner. Leadership is such a complex but yet simple thing, and I think the sense of leadership is all about psychology, understanding humans, understanding human interactions, understanding how we think. So we're focused on the development of our leadership, and we're really bringing in the psychosocial and what that actually means, and looking at different leadership styles based on the type of human that you are. So we never talked in terms like that previously. It wasn't something that we looked at in the style of leadership in the military. We've had to change. We're based on what society reflects as well. We've had to change also if we look at the global and regional geopolitical situation. So we are constantly evolving, and that comes to the statement of it's a never-ending continual improvement for culture. But I think the thing is with that leadership, it's about acknowledging that leadership is at every level. It's not defined by your rank, so it's not defined by your sex or your gender, and it's about having that recognition first of all, but the accountability and responsibility. Now, I would like to also state, since being the Warrant Officer of the Air Force, I've attended either personally or virtually 12 funerals from Air Force, and each time, and I've spoken to every recruit as they've entered during my tenure in some shape or form as well. And it's re-emphasising to not only the recruits, but importantly their families, that we care. We absolutely care. We've got the strategies, we've got the policies, we've got the values. We need to work on now how those behaviours, and importantly, we need to work on the measures that we take when they're not complying too. So it's a wicked work in progress, Commissioner, but it's the leadership is where it starts.
Well, thank you. And I think you could probably sum up a lot of what you're saying into walking the floor.
Absolutely.
Which is, I think everyone would agree, is crucial for leadership. One last question for the Air Marshal. Certainly there appears to have been a lot of very good work in terms of dealing with gender issues, in particular in relation to the key area of recruitment. Very good results, but are you able to comment on if there's any parallel body of work in relation to other diversity, perhaps in relation to ethnic backgrounds or non-English speaking background recruiting?
Yes, a great question, Commissioner, thank you. The figures for us at the moment, 32% women in the latest recruitment round. We are increasing our culturally and linguistically diverse part of the Air Force. That becomes vital to it. And just a week ago, I have a Latin American wing commander in my headquarters who came to me and said, we're doing really well up to about the wing commander level for culturally and linguistically diverse, but we're very underrepresented at the senior leadership level. So I'm now taking a very specific view, and we're looking to review that to see how we can increase engagement, provide the opportunities for broader levels of diversity across Air Force. We need it for our capability outcomes.
Thank you, appreciate that. Mr. Gray, before we go to Mr. Fordham, or Mr. Fordham before we go to Mr. Gray?
No, thank you.
Mr. Gray, anything arising?
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay. If that's the case, we'll adjourn them. But before we do, I just want to thank you both for your time, for the evidence you've given today, and clearly for the amount of preparation you've put before you appeared today. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
May they be excused from their notice to appear?
Yes, they may.
Okay, you're excused from your notice to appear.
Thank you,
We'll
Commissioners.
adjourn for lunch and return at 1:30. 1:30.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 1:30. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Connor.
Gabriella Rubigotti will be taking Professor Anthony Pisani's evidence. Might I call Professor Pisani?
So the witness is being sworn first?
Yes.
Yep. Sorry.
Commissioners, Mr. Rubigotti here. Can you hear me and see me? I hope you can.
Yes, please go ahead, Ms. Rubigotti.
Thank you, Commissioners. You will now hear from Dr. Anthony Pisani, who I believe is represented, so there may be some appearances.
Ms. Rubigotti, we're just trying to resolve the issue of whether there should be an affirmation process for Professor Pisani.
Commissioner, there should be.
He,
He's not overseas, he's in our jurisdiction.
He's in Australia,
okay.
physically present.
Okay.
So it can be small.
Just one moment. We'll just affirm the witness first.
Dr. Pisani, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you and welcome, Doctor.
Thank you, Commissioner.
May it please the Commission, Bullet, B-U-L-U-T, initial V. I appear with leave for Dr. Pisani.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. If there's no other appearances, we can proceed. Ms. Rubigotti.
Certainly. Commissioners, just by way of introduction, Dr. Pisani is an Associate Professor of Psychiatry and Psychology, and you will hear from him about suicide prevention in health systems and frameworks and strategies. You will hear from Dr. Pisani about his research and work across the suicide prevention continuum, and also about his workforce educational innovations to support zero suicide. You will recall, of course, Commissioners, that you have heard evidence from other witnesses to this Commission on the topics of zero suicide. Those witnesses were Dr. Catherine Turner, Professor Edward Coffey, and Ms. Sue Murray. You will also hear, Commissioners, that Dr. Pisani is the founder of SafeSide Prevention. SafeSide Prevention provides leadership consultation and workforce education for health, education and government organisations. And for those organisations that are seeking to lead their mental health, primary care and workforces to prevent suicide. And SafeSide works with organisations in Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the UK and the US. And finally, Commissioners, you'll also hear that Dr. Pisani participates in a research team that has partnered with the United States Air Force to develop a suicide prevention program for young enlisted airmen. And that in addition to this work with the US Air Force, Dr. Pisani has conducted training at several US Navy health bases. Operator, might you please display Dr. Pisani's tender bundle lists? There are two of them, a tender bundle and a supplementary tender bundle. I can't seem to see those on my screen, but I hope the Commission can see them.
Yes, we can see that, Mr. Rubigotti. It's good.
You have an advantage over me, that I must confess. So if I may tender those documents.
Okay, there's 35 in total, and they'll be accepted and allocated the next consecutive number.
Thank you. Dr. Pisani, you're an Associate Professor of Psychiatry and Psychology and Pediatrics at the University of Rochester, the Center for the Study and Prevention of Suicide in New York, the United States. Is that right?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Thank you. And in 1997, you earned a Master's in Education in Clinical Psychology from the University of Virginia in Charlottesville. Is that
Correct.
right? And in 2001, you earned a PhD in Clinical Psychology from that same university.
Correct.
And I understand you completed your internship training at the Minneapolis Children's Hospital and Clinics.
Yes.
Is that right? And postdoctoral fellowships in primary care and family psychology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in 2011, you completed your research fellowship in suicide prevention research at the University of Rochester in the School of Medicine and Dentistry. Is that
Yes.
right? Dr. Pisani, you're a primary care psychologist, family therapist, and internationally recognized leader in suicide prevention education. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Having given that introduction, Dr. Pisani, might you outline to the commissioners your work in the field of suicide prevention?
Sure, yes, thank you. Yeah, my work, as you said, spans the continuum of suicide prevention research. So when we speak of the continuum, there's work that takes place upstream of suicidal behavior, and work in health systems, and work with people who have already engaged in suicidal behavior or are in crisis. That work farther upstream in the prevention continuum has been in schools and in the military, focused on building protective factors in the environment to prevent later suicidal behavior. My work in health systems has focused on an overall approach to strengthening the culture, the practices, and the workforce for suicide prevention in health, mental health, and in youth services. And then farther along the continuum is interventions in crisis. I currently lead a randomized controlled trial of a brief intervention for people who've had a suicide attempt, with the goal of helping them make sense of that and move forward in their lives and avoid future behavior and recover. I've also done work in crisis response as well.
Thank you, Dr. Pisani. If I might take you back for a moment to the work you've undertaken in health systems. I believe you have some slides that explain the nature of that work. Would you wish to refer to them at this point?
Yeah, happy to.
Operator, might I ask you to display exp.00014.0434. Thank you. So you can see this first slide talks about suicide prevention in health systems. Might you explain the ideas behind this to the Commission?
Yes. So suicide prevention in health systems involves these three domains. One is promoting a culture of safety and prevention. There's a set of practices and goals underneath that, and which we can explore further if you'd like. The second is about what you do, the practices, best practices, and where evidence is available, evidence-based practices, policies and pathways. And the third one is about who does it, the workforce, having a robust approach to workforce education that moves beyond kind of one-and-done approaches to training, but really thinks about how critical the workforce is to the culture, that piece, as well as the practices that are done.
Thank you. And is there another screen after this that you would wish to
Yeah,
refer to?
could I,
Next slide.
if we could go a next level down. So we can sort of move from left to right on these, but
Yes.
having a culture of safety and prevention involves having leaders and stakeholders across an organization who are informed and engaged in suicide prevention, who are understanding of what the people who are being served need, and stay engaged. There's always going to then need to be a smaller group of people who are actually driving change within an organization. They need to be empowered. And as you can see from actually all three of these, and if operator wanted to advance it one forward. You can see that at the center of each of these three, are you able to? I'll just speak it. At the center of each of these is a role for lived experience. People who have either their own experience or carers, family members. It's important that people with lived experience are involved in those teams, are empowered in roles that are not merely giving input after the fact, but are involved in actually making the decisions about things in the culture. There it is, yeah. So we want to, these are intentionally placed at the center of each of these. This is the people who are serving and who entrust themselves to a health system or their family members. When we're speaking about a culture of safety and prevention, it's also important that culture be one that is not a blaming culture. I know that my colleague, Dr. Kathy Turner, has already spoken to you extensively about restorative just culture, and she is an expert and my hero in that regard. So I'll let her evidence stand on that. But the importance is that if we're going to engage in a bold goal like reducing suicide, we really have to be there for people if the worst does happen. Otherwise, people could take an overly restrictive or defensive posture, which doesn't serve the people that they're trying to help. When it comes to best practices, policies, and pathways, the blue box on the far left refers to having practices and pathways that promote safety, recovery, and health. And here I would just point out that we have my team had developed this sort of catchphrase to remind us of an important thing that sometimes gets forgotten in suicide prevention, which is that it's about more than safety. We have to think about safety toward the end of people achieving the things that they are aiming for in their lives. Recovery and health. You could think of health broadly as well-being. And so there needs to be a thought and a through line. Whenever we're taking any steps related to immediate safety, there needs to be a through line to the person's supporting their recovery over time, and keeping that in mind, because safety, of course, is important, but it's not the final goal. And it tends not to be, in my clinical experience, inspiring to people who are struggling. Just saying, we're going to keep you safe, when you are in the midst of feeling so hopeless, is sometimes not what's going to motivate a person to really to be able to engage. And so that a co-design of services involving service users and families, and actually how things are set up, but also the needs of an organization. It's sometimes my experience when we actually get into the details. It's always very simple. It sort of sounds simple. We'll just listen to service users and families, and it'll all be well. There's going to have to be a working together, a finding of a dialogue in reality, where the needs of everybody are, people understand each other's needs and priorities and mandates and regulations, and so we try to emphasize that. The third box there is continuous quality improvement and measurement, and that's the focus on data. I really think that an organization devoted to suicide prevention is going to be data hungry. They're going to want to be collecting data about just about everything they do. It can't all be at the same level of rigor. We can't do a randomized controlled trial about every intervention that a health system does, but we can do some. And even when we can't, we can collect data that reduces our uncertainty, identifying areas where even a little data will help over none if it's done systematically. And then finally, workforce education and development. Here, the core idea is that the people who are engaging with persons at risk with suicide have a challenging job, usually have competing demands on them, and we need to be there for them for their continued development, so that people feel refreshed. And one of the things that I'm really devoted to is trying to help people get excited about developing expertise in this area. It's not every single person in an organization that's going to be a champion and want to know as much, but if we can seed people across an organization where if there's a little bit of interest, they can take it further. And so the three things here that you see as having a shared framework and language across teams, you'll hear that a lot in our work, that a culture is made up of language, rituals, and routines, and people having a shared schema, a shared understanding, so that they can talk to each other. And so that includes people within teams, across teams and roles, and then even across different sectors and systems. And so that's an important part of that. Second, as I mentioned already, a lived role in actually providing education. I had a moment a few years ago when I was speaking about the importance of collaborating with people with lived experience, and realized that I was standing there by myself. So I sought and found sort of an ideal collaborator who's here today. Just got off the plane from Sydney about an hour ago, Christina Mossgraber, and have since developed other faculty members who can work to. So I really think that both voices together are more powerful than either one of them. I think people who have clinical expertise, we have something to offer. And families and people who are struggling do want expertise. And they also, when we collaborate and model what it's like to respect each other, hear the value in each other's perspective. So having that role in actually providing education, not just informing it, but providing it alongside. And then finally, having something that's sustainable and ongoing, including for onboarding new people into a system. This is a big challenge because in many organizations, in some organizations, people are by design moving in and out. Other times it's not by design, it's just because there's people moving in and out of roles. But having a way to continually bring people into that culture that's flexible and sustainable is also really, really key for this third domain.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Pisani. And tell me, I take it that this model that you've now been discussing, that informs the approach that you take in your work with SafeSide, is that right?
That's correct.
And having said that, might you, the founder of SafeSide, SafeSide Prevention, tell me, when did you found that organisation?
Founded it in 2017. No, please.
And might you explain to the commissioners the work that you undertake?
Yeah, so we founded SafeSide to take work that we had initially developed and tested at the University of Rochester. There was a kind of an initiative in our university to help when people whose work was being requested outside the university where there was opportunity to have larger impact. There was a development program to try to identify those faculty member and assist them in founding an outside organization that could be responsive and nimble in responding to community and healthcare needs, more than you could inside the bureaucracy of a university. And so that's how I founded SafeSide Prevention. And SafeSide has the mission of it trying to engage and unite people across different in diverse roles, in diverse locations, to work together around the common goal of suicide prevention. This is very challenging and really requires consultation, frameworks. I think every problem becomes more manageable if you have a framework for understanding it. And so part of what we provide is a framework for organizations that want to undertake alignment and improvement in what they're doing.
Thank you, Dr. Pisani. And you will have heard me mention that SafeSide has partnered or worked with organisations in various locations around the world, including Australia. Might you just outline briefly, just by name perhaps, the Australian organisations with whom you've worked? I understand the state of New South Wales, for example, is one of them.
Yeah, it is, yeah. I don't have a list of all the organizations that we work with here, but yeah, very privileged to work with a number of organizations. Yes, one of our projects is being one of the parts of the Towards Zero Suicide Initiative in the state of New South Wales, where we are charged to provide a common foundational educational experience across New South Wales mental health, and as well as the collaborating community-managed organizations that they work with. My work in Australia really began with Dr. Kathy Turner in Gold Coast, where they made our model for risk formulation a pillar of their suicide prevention pathway. I've learned a great deal from the work there, and have done a number of things with Queensland Health. In fact, one of the things I'm doing during this trip is helping them to launch a new, very thoughtful clinical guideline in suicide prevention that also includes some of our work. We also work with nationwide, work with Open Arms for veterans and families. We work with several youth-serving organizations. And recently I began work with the Australian Defence Force.
Thank you, Dr. Pisani. And to the extent that you've mentioned Dr. Kathy Turner and the Zero Suicide Initiative, or Towards Zero Suicide, would you be able to explain for the commissioners a little bit about the relationship between the work you do and Zero Suicide? The commissioners have heard, as I mentioned, from Dr. Edward Coffey. They have heard from Dr. Turner. Could you talk a little bit about where you fit in between the theory and the practice, as it were?
Yeah. Well, you've heard from great people. So I consider myself to be part of the Zero Suicide movement. Was involved very early on in working with the Zero Suicide Institute in the U.S. I helped the state of New York win a very large grant to implement zero suicide in our state. And my research project, what I mentioned, the randomized control trial I mentioned before, is situated within that. And so Zero Suicide movement has had some very important accomplishments. I think the two biggest are that, one, it really raised people's awareness that we could do something about suicide, that the aim is not to just consider it inevitable, but to aim to reduce it, and really galvanized a lot of energy and interest around that. I think the second thing that Zero Suicide has done is raise awareness that this is a systems approach that we have to take, not just kind of heroic individuals, but a system. We lead with different language, but everything is everything that I've mentioned up till now is very consistent with a zero suicide model. We call it suicide prevention in health systems because the term zero suicide can sometimes be problematic, especially in organizations that might be risk intolerant or where there might be some stigma around suicide. The concern is, and this is more than sort of a semantic thing, I think there's substance. The concern is that it's sometimes for some people it sounds a lot like a zero tolerance policy. That's not at all the intention of it, and far to the contrary. But it can sound like that, like we're not going to tolerate suicide around here, like other things that are more harmful or criminal behavior. And so the way that could play out is if people in an organization understand that the goal is zero suicide, it could get translated either in policy or informally down a chain of command or through an organization that we need to take highly restrictive and coercive measures when it comes to people who are at risk for suicide. And that we don't have evidence that that's going to be the most helpful, and instead thinking about the individual needs of the person. And we can talk more about what the alternative is to that. But I think so. Organizations here in Australia have come up with ways of working around that I think work. We were talking about Gold Coast. They didn't actually call that a suicide prevention pathway. New South Wales, I thought was very clever, called this towards zero suicide in care. They're emphasizing the fact that it's a goal. That one word "toward," I think it does soften in people's mind and sort of changes how people might receive it as not a command, but a goal. But I think in organizations where that could be misunderstood, I think it should be used cautiously. But there's definitely ways around it. But everything about our model is consistent with that, and so much important work has been done within a zero suicide framework.
Is it right then to consider that the work you do sits in the middle, in the sense that Professor Coffey's work in the genesis and the development of the ideas behind zero suicide, the best practice drive, as it were, is then you see a practical implementation, and quite a successful practical implementation in what Dr. Kathy Turner's done, and then you are the way that what is offered through SafeSide is a way in which other organisations can seek to implement those ideas within their own practices, their own systems.
Yes, that's what we aim to do. So we've reformulated it in this way in order to make this actionable, and we're looking for the things that are replicable. So what are those routines and structures, kind of bringing it down to that level so that organizations can really engage at whatever stage of readiness they are. And that's, of course, an important concept. And so some people might be ready to begin in one area or another. We don't get very dogmatic about that. If somebody is ready to take on workforce education, but they haven't yet gotten all of the buy-in to engage in clinical governance and all these, we'd start there, and likewise, if people want to sort of engage in one part of this first, that's fine. But I think the idea is to try, to aim to continually, and none of us have figured this out. This is a very, very hard problem, but we aim toward it. We collect our data. We try to move closer. And bring it down to a ground level of towards solutions.
And I take it you do that through the SafeSide framework. Is that right? Is that what it's called?
So we have there's sort of three strategies that we use to unite and galvanize an organization. One is through what we call the SafeSide framework for recovery-oriented suicide prevention. I think we do have a slide related to that. Actually, our approach to if the operator wanted to move forward to.
Yes, so if you might move forward, operators to slide number, I think it's 0436.
Yeah, so there's three, oh, that was it. Well, I hope everybody could remember that.
Do we have the right slide?
Not yet.
I can speak to it as we're finding it, if you like.
It could in fact be my fault. Maybe it's 0439. Is that right? 0439. And I might help the operator by giving the full number. Oh no. So it's exp.003.0014. Excellent.
So yeah, as you can see there, the goal, I mentioned it before, to engage, unite, and support a diverse workforce serving diverse populations in diverse and remote locations, to think, act, and communicate with a common set of principles and best practices for suicide prevention. So one is a framework for recovery-oriented suicide prevention, and that's basically provides a map of best practices in a way that can be digested. Second is our approach to workforce education, and then third is to customize that approach to particular settings and populations.
So looking at these frameworks, and based on your experiences, what are the particular challenges that defence organisations face in building specific protocols in order to assess the various risk categories?
If we turn to the framework, I can probably speak generally to that if you like.
So might you turn please to, just excuse me while I find the number. A 0441. Thank you, operator.
So where would you like me to begin?
Well, why don't we start at the beginning and work through and describe the nature of the framework and how defence organisations might implement it, and what are some of the issues that arise for defence organisations when faced with the issues that you've identified in the framework.
Okay, yeah, and I'll refer to what I know about that generally from research and prior experience.
Quite.
So there's four core tasks to suicide prevention our framework. The first is to connect with people, and as you can see from the diagram, that's a task that never ends. There's these green dots go on and on and on through all the other core tasks, but to connect involves being able to ask people directly about suicide, but in a way that doesn't lose the person. We've made a lot of progress in our field by adding evidence-based screenings and instruments like that. But like many things, when you make progress, there's sometimes unintended consequences. And one of them can be that it becomes a rote exercise, and we focus on the screening instrument rather than the person. And so as we approach asking people directly about suicide, another phrase so we use is that, what you do matters, but how you do it matters more. And so we want to emphasize to people, not just hand them a screening instrument to use, but about how are you using this, not for a goal to get some information, but to understand a person. And collaborate, as you can see, with a person around the common goal that they have for their own lives. It's actually, many times, although we consider suicide to be our enemy, many times for the person experiencing those thoughts, we actually have a common goal, which is to feel better, to not be in pain. And so if we can find common ground, if the person's struggling, that's what it means to collaborate around the common goal of feeling better. And commit refers to making a commitment to the person's full recovery, more than safety, as we mentioned before, but to really, and that's a skill. These are all skills, there are routines, there are things you can do to do these things. They're not just concepts. And I think that's, maybe in one of your questions before, one of the things I heard is that we need to bring these things down a level because I think, everybody can agree we should be committed to people's full recovery. But what are the things you actually say to do that? What are the skills you need? And how do you build that into your routines? And so that's so underneath each of these words is a whole set of skills, routines, and practices. The second core task is to take a prevention-oriented approach to suicide risk assessment. And I think if you wanted to pull that, the next slide that we have, we'll pull that in a little closer so maybe you can see it well. Prevention-oriented risk formulation involves putting suicide risk in a context in which a person is and in the context of their own lives. For a long time in our field, we've had difficulty with how to summarize a person's risk for suicide. And one of the ways that people try to sort of get a handle on this very difficult thing is to create categories of risk. Like there's high risk, low risk, medium risk. And while that can be helpful for informing actions, I think where difficulty can come in, and this might be especially true in military organizations where many times a military organization will do the best job, much more than you would see in a health system, of actually defining what does each level mean, and what is exactly what we're supposed to do at each level. And so I think it's one of the strengths in a military system is around precision and algorithms. The challenge when you have that is it sometimes can be absent the context. Risk compared to who, and risk compared to when. When we talk about, and as I mentioned, we want our responses to be person-specific. And we can sometimes get kind of a rigid set of protocols. We do need protocols, but they need to be in a context of a person's life and what their own needs are. So we don't actually potentially do harm by our protocols. When I talk about the task of respond, I can say more about that. But so risk status is putting the risk in the context of the person's setting. We might, I'll take an example outside, in schools, for example. There's sometimes a student who might be at higher risk than other students in their general population. And so when trying to make decisions about what might be helpful to that person, that signals to us, okay, this person needs more assistance than maybe other students do, and so let's provide some additional support, bring additional people around. But it also might be helpful to know, well, what is this person's risk in relation to other levels of care they might have? So how would we say their risk is compared to people who are maybe supported in a hospital? Well, it might be a bit lower than that. But if we were to make our decisions based on that person being high risk, you might send a young person to the hospital, and then the hospital says, this person isn't high risk, sends it back home, and all we've done is spent their time. And so when risk levels become separated from context, there can be challenges. Risk state refers to risk in relation to in a person's own life. Sometimes the trajectory can be lost. And I know, I'm sure hearing from so many different families, you've experienced that maybe somebody had a snapshot in time, but the fact that somebody was kind of deteriorating got lost. And so we have risk state there to bring that mindset to all of our work, that we're seeing somebody at a particular point in their lives, and that has a trajectory. And so where is their risk in relation to their own lives? And then there's available resources and foreseeable changes. Available resources are the subset of protective factors that we could actually call on to help the person. Foreseeable changes, we invite organizations to think about, can you identify two things that if they happened, things could really get worse? And then communicate those across different roles, systems, and people. Now, this is one of those places where family members can be massively helpful and often know those things, sometimes even better than the person who's struggling, because it's sometimes very hard to think about the future and what could happen when you're under that kind of distress. But if you said to somebody, what would be the kind of thing that if you heard it happened, you would drive across town and check on your brother? Okay, that's a foreseeable change. And so what makes this a prevention-oriented approach is that we're not just sort of giving a risk level, we're also thinking about what could change. And then, very naturally, the next step is going to be, it's sort of like a spoiler alert, what are we going to do? What's the plan for if one of those things happened? And so by the time you finish your sort of risk assessment, you really kind of have your next steps about what to do. And so if you would advance to the next core task.
And whilst that's happening, I might just ask you a question then. You would say in those circumstances that involving the family in an appropriate and considered way is really fundamental to patient care and management. Do you see the family really as playing a significant role?
Yes. And actually, as we advance to the next phase, that becomes even more important. Yes. Like most things, a lot of things sound easier than they are, to actually do. So I want to be careful in saying yes. A family member should always be involved. Family is critical. As you know, I'm trained as a family therapist. I believe that's important for people to also know what their role might be in the care of the person. There are a lot of challenges to involving families, but there are steps and routines we can take. I believe the commissioners have already heard some of these ideas in previous testimony, but certainly involvement from the start is one that we advocate for. But there's other things. There's often comes up when talking about involving families, the objection that you often hear that's very real is, well, we tried to involve the family, but the person wouldn't allow us to. That's a very real objection. This happens. And there are strategies to not leave it at that. So we sort of say you can widen the circle and widen the options. Widening the circle means, well, let's think about who else who could be considered kin, who could be considered family, who else might be, who would be somebody that you would allow us to talk to. What about having just one-way communication instead of two-way? What about a time-limited agreement that it's just going to be for one phone call? And I think many times people sort of have a, sort of an all or nothing approach to someone's consent to involve other people, whereas we can, while respecting the person's autonomy and their privacy, we have to, which is equally important. This is why that's why we call them dilemmas, right? Because there really are two parts of it, and we don't want to be naive when we talk about it. And there are things that we can do, and in most, I will say, in most organizations I've worked with, and I've had the privilege of really entering into, probably closely, 50 or 60 different, healthcare. There's almost always opportunities to be more flexible and to find ways to involve families, either by building it into your structures from early on, where that becomes a norm, or even if you have to do it later on, to be flexible and negotiate that, respecting the person's autonomy, but being persistent and continuing forward.
Thank you. And just one to pick up on one point there, you have to consider the term family broadly. It's not just the immediate family members. It depends very much on the person's situation. Is it more a question of key or the central people?
And in fact, in our framework, as you'll see, we talk about other supports rather than even specifically mentioning family, because that's not for everybody their primary supports. And I think, as I mentioned before, a culture is partially driven by the language that we use. And in most of healthcare culture, these other people are often called getting collateral information. And one of the things we really try to move an organization to, and anybody who's in training with me would hear this on a regular basis. These are not collateral; these are central people. And so we invite organizations to really try to reconsider even the language around that, because it's one thing if I ask you, so have you had contact? Have you had any collateral contact? But it's another if I say, have you spoken with the central people in this person's life? Because even though I'm very far away, I'm not collateral in my wife's life, and so when family starts to be thought of, family, friends, other supports begin to be thought of as central other people, it's a lot harder to say, well, I couldn't get them, and there will be times where no matter what people try, it's going to be difficult. And again, I think we have to be really careful about, casting any blame or anything when that does happen. It's real, it's hard, and sometimes people haven't been given the tools and routines and culture that makes that a norm.
Thank you, Dr. Pisani. Taking you back then to the framework, so families, the central people you see in foreseeable changes, and they can assess those, part of that assessment. Then we talk about a response. What are the different avenues of response that can be taken?
Yeah, could we, Mr. Rigotti, could we advance that?
Yeah, so good operator, might you turn to 0446?
Okay, that'll be good. We try to make it, this whole framework is built over many, many years to be as memorable and coherent as possible. And so when it comes to responding to risk, we try to just sum it into 4 things. Because people can be so overwhelmed. And I could just tell you from, as a clinician, it can be very scary and overwhelming when you're working with somebody who is struggling as hard as some people do. And so things that can simplify, we know that having a schema for something reduces cognitive load and anxiety, and so we really try to simplify things down. And so we summarize the set of responses into these 4 prongs that you see here. And the order of them is significant. The first is what we call treatment and mini interventions. This is basically reminding ourselves that there are things we can do to address the drivers of the suicide risk. Again, back to our theme of more than just safety, right? I think many times the first thing, what do we do? We want to make a safety plan. Well, we do want to make a safety plan. It's an intervention that has evidence behind it. But let's remember that there are things we can do and say to offer people help and recovery. And so there are evidence-based treatments, and where those are not available or acceptable, we really try to give people because most of the workforce is not going to be providing a manualized psychotherapy. It's very important that we have these evidence-based treatments, but we also want to give people in all roles things they can do. That's what we call mini interventions. These are basically equipping the entire workforce with basic things that you can say and do that are drawn from evidence-based treatments, but that can be used anywhere at any time. Things that you can say that can motivate somebody, give them a bit of hope. So that's the first thing, is we want to address the drivers and provide hope if possible. Second are contingency and safety plans. The contingency plan, that's just the plan for the 2 foreseeable changes. And I say just, meaning that it's sort of the first thing that we want to do, because if we've identified a couple of things that could make it worse, and then, well, it's not always easy to make those plans, but that's one of those steps. And then a broader safety plan, including means safety. The third is the contact that a person might need, the level of observation, to support them in the least restrictive environment. I made reference before to the concern that I have about people moving in a mechanical way to restrictive and coercive measures when it comes to suicide risk. So in most of healthcare, we have a concept of when you're going to do an intervention, you weigh the risks and benefits of that intervention. You know, that happens you're doing other life-saving things like chemotherapy or surgery. We think about, what are the risks and benefits to the person. For some reason in mental health and in suicide prevention, we haven't taken that kind of perspective. We've been, I think, much more with this idea that, well, let's just try to pick the safest option, and that's going to be the most restrictive option. Well, there are risks and benefits to more restrictive options. For example, hospitalization, transport to an emergency service, that might be, could have benefits, but it also could have risks for the person, and those are going to be person-specific. And to me, the best practice is to think about those options in relation to the person and the risks and benefits, and then make, nobody can tell the future. Nobody has figured this out. But I think if we go through a process that is principled and specific to the person, then we've done what people are entrusting us to do.
And Tommy, just on what you're saying there, do you think that the notion of restorative justice plays a role here in allowing, in facilitating or creating a space in which the healthcare provider can make those assessments?
Oh, does it? Oh, does it? Yes, yes. Yeah, I mean, and it's not an easy thing to do, but I can tell you from personal experience that when a part of when you're in a professional role towards somebody, or even if you're not a health professional, but you have some responsibility for that person, there's a part of your brain that is worried. Okay, you're worried. This is a human being, and I don't want anything to happen to them. But there's a part of your brain that's worried about what's going to happen to me if something goes wrong here. And it's very hard to be compassionate for somebody if you think they're going to ruin your life. And so we have to create this it's not easy, because there's in some cases there's good reason for people worrying about that, because there are truly inquests, there are these things that happen. But I think there are practices now, there are changes in culture. They take time. I don't know a way around that, but where we can create a culture where people know if you follow a process and you're doing what's addressing the individual specific needs of this person, and you're considering it with the risks and benefits of what you're doing, then we'll be there for you. Now, people are not going to believe it when you just tell them. It's okay. It's going to have to. People are going to have to get experience with trust. You don't just build trust by saying something. So it's going to have to happen, and the way that it can happen is if you do that around other things too. Like when smaller incidents happen, when there's smaller errors, when there's then if you begin to develop a base of trust that if I make mistakes, if we discover errors, the system is a learning system. It's going to address those things, right? But it's going to be in the context of learning and supporting and seeing also what my own needs and hurts and have been as well. And so it's like so many things, right? You build trust for the big things by doing it in the small things.
Thank you, Dr. Pisani. And I interrupted you there with that question. Have you dealt with what you wanted to address under response?
Oh, you know the things to say to get me going, don't you? The fourth part of response is that we don't do it alone, and that there's team discussion and consultation, and that we consider when we say referral for unmet needs. We aim for people for an organization to begin thinking about suicide prevention measures more broadly than just mental health referrals. So there might be unmet needs in a person's life that are economic needs or other kinds of needs that and that can all be part of the person's all part of the response plan. So it's not just focused on kind of psychological needs, but other ones as well. The fourth core task that you see there is to extend, and extend refers to extending the impact of what we do into people's lives and networks. There's a set of interventions that we've now have for thinking for the health or mental health step to think beyond the individual, beyond the specific encounter you're having with them, and more broadly into their lives. And so caring contacts are one intervention that there's been a fair amount of evidence, and not every study on caring contacts has shown an effect, but enough have. And a non-demand caring contact is a very simple intervention where after somebody has interacted with your service, sending them a very brief message that you hope they're okay and the door is open. Believe it or not, something that small has actually been shown to change suicide rates. It's really hard to believe when I saw the data, but it kind of keeps coming in. Not every time, but it does. And it's small enough that we think, gosh, we should do this. We don't need every single thing to be replicated in order when it's a relatively small intervention. The second one gets to one of the other things that you asked about before, Mr. Rogoti, the input, shared plans, and clear roles for other supports and providers. This gets at, this flows from the response item of having contingency and safety plans. It's often the case. There's very often when I've inquired about safety plans and people who are mentioned on them, those people often don't even know that they're on a safety plan. And my Uncle Nick, I'll talk to my Uncle Nick, but Uncle Nick never heard about that. And he doesn't really know what he's supposed to do. And so having clear plans, roles for people, and when you hear from family members, that often the thing is, we, even if they have been informed, sometimes they don't know, well, are they involved? And so often just say, well, tell us what you want us to do. And they're looking for, often it's working with family members is not only listening and communicating, it is that, but it's also providing some guidance and not being afraid to say, offer your expertise and leadership and say, here are 3 things we think you could do. It's up to family if that fits for them. We want to hear, does that work? So this can be done collaboratively, but also proactively. Having structured follow-up assessments and offering crisis services is the third. And the fourth is really important. In fact, this is kind of a big part of the vision that we're aiming for, and I'm devoting my career to, is this idea that we would have a consistent approach across systems and communities, that organizations, especially ones that might transition people from one to another, where there's in a community where they would have a shared approach, shared language, and frameworks that they could align around, and that people would also interact about. So that this wouldn't just be a cognitive exercise, but a social one. And we could talk more about that if you wanted to. But that's the final one, that there's a consistent approach so that no matter whatever door a person enters, this is Christina's wording actually, whatever door I go into, I'm going to find somebody who's similarly prepared, interacting with me around a similar framework and talking with me. And so even on a concrete level, does my allied health provider know about foreseeable changes? They might be the person who can be in best position to help identify or address them, and having that shared language. So that's the framework in a nutshell.
And just on the question of a shared language across different healthcare systems or different providers, is that because it could be destabilizing, as it were, to move from one system to another where you need to learn you're approached in a different way, you need to interpret, possibly, often in a moment of crisis, and understand new people in a different way. So do you see that as a stabilizing influence that can surround the person?
I do, and that is, gets at another important principle, which is, are we making our frameworks transparent to the people that we're working with? Because it's very reassuring to somebody who, let's say, is going to an emergency service from a school, let's say. And in the school, they said, we're just looking at the different things, and, it seems like one of those two foreseeable changes that we identified has happened. I think it's important, I think right now, because of everything going on, we want you to, have a crisis evaluation. And people agree and they go. And then imagine then they arrive at that evaluation and says, oh, so I see you had identified a couple of changes that could really be like these oh no moments, and one of them has happened. Wow, right? I think that's the kind of consistency. And if now it's a totally different approach, and it can be, and it's also for the providers themselves, because remember, we're communicating with each other across these different systems. And if we don't share the same, and we often move between them. You get a job at a different place in your same city, and now you have a totally different kind of language around it. And so it's also destabilizing for us. And if I'm trying to talk with you about what my concern is about somebody, and you don't speak my same language, or you have a different kind of conceptualization, it can be frustrating. And we can miss each other or get angry at each other because you're not seeing what I'm seeing. Now there could still be just, having a shared frame doesn't solve every problem in the world. There's still people, and we're all still we are going to still disagree and misunderstand each other. But we want to just stack the odds in our favor, and one of the ways to do that is if we're speaking the same language.
Does that have an effect too of empowering the person who's part of the health system in an appropriate sort of way? So if they need to explain what's happened or describe where they've been, in a way they're immediately understood.
Yeah.
If they're conveying the information.
Again, I'll draw on the words from Christina. As you can tell how much I learn from her all the time. But she said, talk to me the way you talk about me. Right? And if we're doing that, then people begin to be able to be fluent in that. Our language can't be, if it's about somebody's life, they should be able to understand what we're doing. And I think yes. I think if we make those frameworks transparent to people, if you say, here's what you can expect when you come, and I could say if somebody is moving to another system, and I can say, well, here's what you can expect there. We use kind of a similar way of thinking about suicide risk. So you're probably going to hear a lot of the same things when you get there. Okay. Most of the time, what clinicians are doing, and this is doesn't matter what country you're from, this is what I see no matter where I go, is that people are more like saying, now, when you get there, they're not going to think about it the same way we do. So here's what I want you to try to say, And so you're actually coaching people to how to overcome the inconsistencies in our system. And that's good. I mean, that's anticipating that. But many times you see people creating workarounds to try to help coach people. Like if my protocol is you meet a certain risk threshold and you have to go to the hospital, but I already know that when you get to the hospital, they're not going to admit you, but I still have to send you. Well, I'm going to try to just sort of mitigate the harm and say, no, they don't see things the same way we do, so you're going to get there, and they're probably, but don't worry, because when you come back, and so we aim to. These are hard. It's a high aim, But what option do we have but to try to do this? Is to make it so that we don't have to do all of that song and dance around coaching people to handle barriers that we created.
How then do you, with the framework you've described, how then do you practically implement it in health systems, in workforces? Is it just training? Would you deprecate training, or is it something more, something else? And how does it relate to, I'm sorry, I'm asking you more than one question, the time that you said that needs to be invested earlier, that you mentioned that needs to be invested in this process?
Yeah. I think that approach to suicide prevention and health systems informs that, because there's going to be work in each of those areas. So are you speaking specifically about how do you prepare the workforce to do those things?
Okay. Exactly.
So our approach to workforce education is founded on implementation science and adult learning education that tells us that people don't just need more information, they need more interaction. And this is a core theme that you'll see actually across that suicide prevention continuum I mentioned before, that the people, both professionals and the people that we serve, exist in networks. We grow and change and do what we do influenced by the people around us. And so that core observation that cuts across a lot of research undergirds the things I'll tell you about that we try to do at that ground level like you're asking. I think we might have, there are different, when thinking about how to approach workforce education, there's a number of different options, right? And one of the things that I get really concerned about when people say, well, what we need is more training. I worry that what that's going to be is we send everybody to something, or we assign a set of modules for something, and they complete it, and then we feel we're done. So if we look at the different options there are for education, I mean, one is we often turn now to individual online learning. We can assign people modules on things, and that's very useful for a lot of content areas. But as we also all know, sometimes those modules end up on the corner of your screen while you're writing your notes and working on your email, and you click through them until you get to quiz questions. And most people who are in professional roles are got good at answering quiz questions, and so you can usually pretty much guess them. And we didn't want suicide prevention training to be that way. Could be a part of it, but not exactly. The principles that we identified are, one, you need high quality education that's with a lot of fidelity. Second, that group interaction that I talked about before. Third, something that's sustainable and repeatable. And fourth, something where there could be some local ownership. So assigning online modules, I think is repeatable. That you give it, and it's high fidelity because everybody gets the same thing. But I haven't yet seen that really change culture because you don't have that interaction. Other approach could be we hold workshops. The first paper that I wrote around suicide prevention, I entered into this like many people do through tragedy. There was a clinical service I directed, and we lost 2 people to suicide in the course of 3 months. And so I tried to just sort of figure out what could we do. And the first paper was to look at the state of workshop education in suicide prevention. And what I have found from that research and others, that just sort of sending people to a workshop, also we don't have evidence that that's going to change practice in itself. I tried that. I developed my own workshop, and we tested that, and it was a first brief training to show some improvement in objectively rated documentation samples. So we made some progress towards behavior, but again, we sort of saw that was one and done. Other models for disseminating training, we've also tested. I was part of a team led by Dr. Madeline Gould at Columbia University, another brilliant suicide researcher. And we did a randomized control trial of a Train the Trainer program, where a set of master trainers train other people to deliver a training and try to sustain that. And that has some benefits. And we saw some benefits. Also a lot of challenges of that, because it's very hard to maintain fidelity in that second generation of people. And my colleague, Dr. Wendy Cross, also showed that many times people who go through very intensive trainings to deliver one of these programs don't go on to deliver very many of them, because if they're really good at it, they often get promoted and do something different, or they don't get enough practice to feel confident, and so they don't do those. So what we've come to, and it's an evolving thing, we're continuing to collect data and try to crack a difficult nut, is this program that we call in-place learning, which is online learning that you do as a group. The idea for this came out of a study led by my colleague, Dr. Ken Connor, who at the time was a director of the Veteran Affairs Center of Excellence that we on suicide prevention in our area, where we in this study these were veteran substance abuse counselors, and rather than doing that, needed to be trained in a certain new approach related to suicide prevention. And what we learned is that a video-based training that brings a group together without needing a specialized trainer to be there was actually quite effective. It was able to train a lot of people and engage people in learning. So that was kind of the seed of this idea. But it's online learning that you do as a group. So we've now evolved this to specially designed modules where people come together, don't need to have a special trained person in the room. They work through these video-based, that includes, clinical and lived experience co-teaching, no surprise there, brief demonstrations of what you actually do, and then prompts for the group to discuss and practice. So they call that an in-place workshop. It can be, so an organization can flexibly schedule this. You don't need to wait for somebody to come and do it. You can do that together, and it provides the interactivity that people need, as well as the accountability, frankly, of being face-to-face and working through this together, but still has the scalability of that online learning. That followed by, and actually I think we may have a slide on this, but followed by a community of practice. You want to, I'm sorry, Mr. Bigotti.
Give you an opportunity. So it's operator, it's 0447, I believe. This is workforce education models.
Yeah, you could probably, I think there's one forward of that, or no?
And then, yes, yeah. 0448.
Yeah, so followed by a community of practice. So there's actually even just in the last year or two, there's a growing body of research about communities of practice and learning collaboratives and the way that people build learning networks together. And so the idea here is that bringing people together for brief video chats with other people who are kind of working on those same things, giving people a chance to ask questions so that you're there for people when they actually try to use those skills. Because a lot of things can be like you're nodding your head to and all for when you're getting an initial training, but then you actually try to do it and it turns out, oh, it didn't turn out the way it doesn't look the way it did in the training. So people need to be able to come back, ask questions, challenge things. And then finding different ways, and this is what we're still working on, is how do you keep people engaged and united over time where people don't consider suicide prevention training something you did, but something that you do. It's just what you do when you're in this kind of role, and not, as like I said before, not every single person is going to make this their specialty area. But I'm really excited to say that we are seeing people within organizations who are. We want to make it possible for somebody to say, this is something I do care about. I want to keep learning and learning and learning, and we really kind of be there for them to keep doing that. And then you have champions and what the research calls key opinion leaders in networks, who then can be part of that culture change and practice behavior change.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Now, I might just change topic slightly, or at least I think I'm changing topic. You can elaborate if need be, but undertaken work on suicide prevention for adolescents and young people. Is that work, and I think that I understand that's through the University of Rochester, is that using this framework, or is that a different piece of research work? And what did you draw from that?
So I think the papers that you're referring to, that would fall in. So what we've been talking about, if you remember the continuum that we talked about, there was that upstream work in schools, the military, health systems, and then crisis. So the publications that that I led in youth suicide prevention pertain to that first part of that continuum, that population oriented. And so what we looked at there were youth in high schools, and one of the papers, I have to look. I think it's 2012. That one. Well, there's a couple papers from 2012, but this is the one about help seeking. I think that's probably in the title. But what that paper really looked at, we had youth who had suicidal thoughts, and some of them had disclosed those thoughts with the goal of getting help, and some had not. And this was a cross-sectional study, meaning that it looked at a slice of people at one point in time. And so we looked to see what distinguished those youth. And I thought we were going to be dancing. What distinguished them? And what we found was that certain norms that they had. So norms are, there's kind of two kinds of norms, but one kind of norm is what you think other people think and do. And another part of norms is what you think other people would think you should do. Okay, so it's all about, a norm is a sort of an attitude you hold about what's happening out there. And these are things that norms are attitudes that you acquire in a social context. And what we found was that that the students who had sought help were more likely to have the belief that there were adults in the school who were capable to help. And I want to make a distinct, and their attitudes towards seeking help was actually not different. And I think many times but their belief about who would be there, were the adults capable and sensitive to react and not overreact, not underreact. So that was one finding from there that I think is important and relevant in organizations, because we really, people, a lot of times we put a lot of emphasis on, you should go seek help, and here's how to get help, but we do need to give people the impression that if they did, someone's going to know what they're doing about that, and they're going to be. And so answers like, I know an adult in my school who I wish I knew the exact item, but as an example item, I know an adult in our school who could help a friend who was suicidal. That's an example of that kind of, adults in my school know how to help kids who are struggling. And I think it's instructive for almost any organization to ask themselves, is that how the people who we're serving would speak of us? Would they say that, oh yeah, I know somebody who would help? And this is relevant for intervention, because a program that we've worked with, this is work led by my colleague Peter Wyman, who also leads our work with the Air Force, aimed to shift those norms. And in a randomized controlled trial, we were able to show that you can change these things in a school population. You can change the proportion of people who have these kinds of norms and attitudes that support help seeking. But it takes and the way that program does it is to not just tell people, because nobody's going to believe things just because you tell them, but to engage people who have had that experience in telling their story. Because I'm much more likely to listen to a peer of mine than I am to listen to the person, to some person I don't know who's telling me that their service helps me. So that was one set of findings. Another paper related to youth suicide prevention. I believe that's a 2013 paper, has the word emotion regulation in it. We found there was, in addition to emotion regulation, which is a sort of psychological internal concept being important, which was an established finding already. But where students had limited strategies for emotion regulation, what could mitigate that was there being a trusted adult in their lives. And to draw out that for kind of additional implications, another thread through a lot of our work is do you have a culture of mentorship where people feel like there's others that I can go to who are trusted? Or am I in a school or other kind of organization where I feel like there's nobody above me that I can really go to? And again, I want to, I guess sound a note of hope here, which is that there are ways of shifting these norms. Now, the bigger the organization and the longer that those things haven't been there, the more it's going to take. There's just no way around it. But you can. And there's communication science, there's network science, there are ways to shift norms. And I think one of the, key themes out of our programs, our research programs, is to focus ourselves at that level where so much of suicide prevention has been focused on the individual and their mental health, which is of course really important, but also at a group level and a network and social level. Oh, we can't hear you.
Thank you. As to this upstream approach or work and research, you mentioned that you've undertaken or you're involved in some research in relation to US airmen. Might you tell the Commission a little bit about that work?
Yeah. As I mentioned, this is work led by my colleague, Dr. Peter Wingman at the University of Rochester. I've been part of the team from the beginning that developed and tested this intervention. I've also been involved in the developing some of the technology parts of this intervention. But so the program is called the Wingman Connect, and it's a program that engages. So we've been talking about the workforce in terms of like a health and mental health system workforce. This is a population-oriented preventive intervention that trains people, in this case, young enlisted airmen. And just for, cultural note, in the Air Force, airman is the term used for both male and female airmen, so it's not my term. So I'll use that in deference to the culture that we're working with. So young enlisted airmen in a program aimed at strengthening the ties between small working units and preventing suicide and other outcomes by strengthening a set of protective factors. So kind of getting upstream of suicide by building protective factors in the population. So it involves a group training followed by text and video messages. And in a randomized controlled trial, we're able to show that people who received this training had reduced suicide risk in the short term across 1 month, and reduced depressive symptoms, and even reduced occupational problems, which, as you probably know, in the military, especially in the beginning of one's career, it's a very big deal, getting negative counseling referrals and things like that. And then as these airmen transitioned from their phase of training into their to their operational Air Force base, some of those effects persisted, particularly that with related to depression. And I believe you have a video that could probably summarize the findings more succinctly. I produced this video together with Dr. Wyman that can probably summarize the program most succinctly for people.
Yes, I believe that's right. Operator, might you display the video? It's a short 4-minute or so video. I think the link is to be found at 0449.
I don't think the sound is playing. It was before. I think that, now that I'm thinking about it, I think that music that we were dancing to before was from that.
I think they're just attending to that now.
No, it's not playing the sound.
Commissioners, do you think it might be worthwhile taking a short break, adjournment, to permit this to be sorted?
Sure, we'll take a 5-minute break. Hopefully the technology will be sorted.
All rise.
Thank you.
The Royal Commission will adjourn until 3:15. rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Commissioners. I believe that the video is now working and is ready to be played.
Small units are foundational for military life, mission, and health. What if small units were also a key to preventing suicides? Research shows that truly comprehensive suicide prevention requires upstream strategies that reduce vulnerability to suicide across the full population of service members, not just those at highest risk. The Wingman Connect program creates suicide protection in natural organizational units. Members engage with a high-energy interactive training experience. They learn from each other's skills to grow and sustain protective strengths essential to job success and to mental health.
I would say that mine is purpose, because through BMT and being here, whenever I get sad or don't want to be here, I always just try to think of back on why I'm doing this.
Kinship is strong for me right now because I'm trying to connect with my family and friends more often.
Mine's guidance, just because I like seeing people learn.
Kinship is strong for me right now because I'm meeting new people, making new friends, and I'm getting to learn new ideas from other people.
Wingman Connect groups map out their unit network of strengths, observing how each member contributes to the strength of the whole.
Easton, he's got good purpose. He's got really good values.
I agree with that.
Beamer goes in guidance. He mentors us.
Tells us not to stress out.
I bring a lot of life experience.
A research study using a gold standard randomized controlled trial during technical training proved Wingman Connect had beneficial impact for airmen. Airmen in Wingman Connect classes had less suicide risk and less depression, and were 50% less likely to receive corrective training or a negative counseling statement. Wingman Connect trained units developed more close bonds, cohesion, higher morale, and mutual expectations for healthy behavior. Changes that made units more protected from suicide also extended to vulnerable members. Disconnection accelerates suicide risk. Airmen who experience a mental health or work-related problem usually become less connected over time. Wingman Connect groups keep vulnerable members closer and more connected. In Wingman Connect groups, airmen who had previously considered suicide became 5 times less likely to be isolated after Wingman Connect started, and had 3 times more positive connections with teammates compared to those in alternative training. Wingman Connect achieves these outcomes with 6 hours of training conducted with groups of 30 to 40. Airmen receive periodic text messages to reinforce the content, and Air Force facilitators are being developed to provide Wingman Connect online as training is extended to operational bases. Wingman Connect is the first upstream military suicide prevention program with evidence of effectiveness based on a gold standard randomized controlled trial. Wingman Connect strengthens group cohesion, leverages existing group strengths, reduces suicide risk, depression symptoms, and other fitness problems by increasing connection. Wingman Connect is now available to selected operational Air Force bases.
Thank you, Dr. Pisani. Might you explain now to the commissioners a little bit more about the Wingman Connect program and how individuals within groups with vulnerabilities might develop their social bonds and the like?
Could I just ask for I have a slight bit of hearing loss, and I couldn't fully make out what Ms. Gabiati was saying. Could Could someone make the volume a little bit louder? Yeah. Would you mind repeating that?
I'll try again,
yeah,
Dr.
I can
Pisani.
hear
Is
you
that
well
better?
now.
Thank you. So tell me, having heard this, might you explain how the program works and how in particular individuals within groups, particularly those with vulnerabilities, can strengthen their social bonds and their connections?
Yeah. It's through providing an opportunity for people to share their own stories of strength and also identify those in their colleagues. One of the things I think is and that we've our group, again led by Dr. Wingman, we've called this network-informed suicide prevention, where we're intentionally focusing on not just each individual, but the properties of the group. So the program is not actually put forward to the airmen as a suicide prevention program. For them, it's a career enhancement program. As you might know, in military settings, it can sort of like when you trot out the mental health training, people can sort of sometimes put up barriers and defenses up, and so it's true. So in fact, it's remarkable that we're able to get effects on suicide risk and depression when those are really not put forward front and center, but rather these skills that really truly are essential for career development, having strong bonds with coworkers, friends, and families, which we labeled kinship. And that's like here, that's not a term that people typically use. It's actually kind of intentionally a little bit different because we're trying to help define that for the airmen as being, so this is not just mateship. It's your immediate mates, but it's also the people back home and your family and the people who are like family and your friends, trying to have one concept that captures those things. So kinship. And there's a module about guidance, trying to create a culture. Where do you get guidance? Who in your past has been somebody who really had an impact on you as a mentor or a teacher? And some people name their parents. Some people name a coach. But then it's like, well, what about here? How can you get that here? And then we do include, well, what about guidance for people who are struggling more than just with ordinary kinds of difficult feelings, and then, well, there's professional forms of guidance too. Normalizing the idea that we all need guidance, and sometimes that might be from a professional, sometimes it's going to be from your mom. So that's one of the ways that the program engages people, thinking about their own balance and their purpose. Most people people have a variety of reasons why they join the Air Force or military, and it's usually a combination of things they want to do for their family, getting access to resources, but also serving their country, and having people think about, well, why are you doing that? Why are we doing this? And it's so linked to somebody persisting through what are going to be difficult times. And we try to anticipate part of having a successful career in the military is navigating the various disruptions that will occur. You're signing up for a very difficult job, one that you might be putting your life on the line, and at minimum, you're going to be moving around a lot, being asked to do things that are very, handing your self over to the service, And I think people are glad to do that, but we have to like sort of anticipate these things and know that that's normal, and that there are structures, and it's very powerful. It's one thing for me to say, well, what are your strengths, but what if you asked, somebody that I work with about my strengths? My ears are perked. Especially somebody as needy as me. But it's for anybody. We hearing what other people think of us. I mean, we're drawing on what's core to us as we know this from lots of social psychology research. What's core to us is what other people think, the affirmation that we can get. And so trying to build that in, give people routines and language for affirming one another in a not hokey way. Because and seeing these things as critical skills that they'll have, and as future leaders need to instill in other people. And so that's really, one of the conclusions of this research is that, well, we had there was this meaningful effect for people who were in technical training school. That's not going to be enough. We need to follow people across the career, all the way through their military careers and beyond, and continuing to build those kinds of protective factors into groups, into environments. And so one of the conclusions of our research is, this does have an effect, but you got to keep doing it. And it needs to be across the developmental career of a serving member, and then when they transition to being ex-serving members.
Thank you, Dr. Pisani. And tell me, do you think one of the significant aspects of this program is the fact that it wasn't largely a health services program in the prevention of suicide, but focused on social networks and the like? Is there's something important in that?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think there has to be, it has to be both, and working together. I think especially the way, especially being forward-facing as something that this is what everybody does, because many of our strategies, this is another theme through our work, many of the strategies around suicide prevention have depended upon identifying people at risk and then sending them to treatment. But we know that, it's very difficult to identify people. And the people you identify are not always the ones who actually have the most risk. And sometimes people who have the most risk are the least likely to tell you. And so we need to be excellent for the people where we identify risk, either spoken or observed. And because we're not going to be able to tell, when I go to parties, people think because you're a psychologist, you can read their minds, but we can't read people's minds. We only know what they tell us. And so the approach has to take into account that, that kind of lifting all boats, and building protection into the group. And I think that finding that you saw around keeping connections with those at-risk members who might normally become more isolated is really critical. And what you see too is that it's not putting the, many times approaches to help seeking put the burden on the person, and sometimes even make them feel bad that they haven't been good enough in seeking help. But here this is talking about a group strengthening each other, that we do need each other, and even those members who would tend to stray, the kind of the groups seeing and maintaining those connections.
And tell me, is that an important aspect in reducing perhaps some of the stigma associated with discussing mental health challenges?
Yeah, we didn't study that specifically in this study around stigma, but I think the normalization around seeking guidance, the normalization of disruption, even very significant disruption, people sharing, this is this is not a therapy group, but people do share very significant challenges that they've faced and how these strengths helped them. Again, shaping those norms like we talked about before. Because if you now start to hear people, when I went through this really, really difficult time, I talked to my brother, and he suggested I get additional other help too, and it actually did help. Getting those stories out there, and not just from advertising campaigns, but from peers, people that are like you, sharing that. Again, like I said before, I want to caution that these things take time, and persistent efforts. And in fact, colleagues of ours. So our department has a long history with the Air Force, working for a couple of decades, and one of our colleagues was involved in looking at the trajectory of the U.S. Air Force suicide prevention program, and which achieved some initial results, but then found over time that those weren't necessarily sustained as things changed, leaders changed, and one of the conclusions that they drew was that it really does take a sustained effort and commitment, not just over 1, 2, 3 years, but even longer. And I'm not saying that we should be like patient and say, I do hear and have heard just hits my heart when I hear people say, we've had 20 years of recommendations and it doesn't happen and everything. So I'm not saying that we should just be complacent and say this is going to take time. And I think we also need to be realistic that it does take sustained effort to actually shift norms, but it can be done, and there are the techniques to do it.
Thank you. And tell me, the work that you have just discussed in the US Air Force, and in particular the Wingman Connect program, that speaks to networks. What insights in particular if you have any in addition to what you've indicated, in relation to peer support networks that might be relevant to the inquiries of the Commission?
Could you maybe restate that question? I'm not sure I understand it yet.
Let me restate it. The Wingman Connect program focuses on group and individual connections within the group. Speaking more generally about peer support networks, do you have any additional insights that you might raise in respect of those networks? Can you speak about peer support networks?
So part of what's giving me pause is that there's different terms of art when it comes to peers. I think sometimes when we're talking about peers, we're talking about peer workers, people who are in formal roles and systems as peers. There's been an incredible movement, which Australia has really been leading the way in. It's been really exciting to be part of that. And then there's kind of informal peer networks, and then there's like peer support programs, which are another kind of program. So I think it's one of those times when you have too much knowledge about different ways a word is used and it stymies. What I will say is that I think what we can say from research with youth and young adults especially, but really it's all of us, but especially for that, we make changes in relation to the people around us. The norms of a group really matter. And the voice of somebody like us is really powerful. And so that's in each of the kind of three ways of thinking about peers that I said, that's active, right? For peer workers, this amazing movement of people coming alongside and collaborating together even in a clinical system to support a person. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of working out those different roles and how they work together. But each of those, they're going to both have unique voices and opportunities. And the other thing is really when negative events do happen. We mentioned before about restorative just culture, but we didn't really talk specifically about postvention. And I guess the other thing I might add around that is that suicide affects everybody, and sometimes the responses when there is a suicide or suicidal behavior don't properly take into account impacted individuals, which can then introduce more risk into the group. So maybe that would be an additional thing I would add too.
Thank you. And Dr. Pisani, if I might now just take you back to the work that you were discussing before, and that is the work of SafeSide. To the extent that you're able, and at a high level, might you please provide a brief overview of the work that you're doing here in Australia? You've mentioned a couple of organisations. Might you talk a little bit about that?
In Australia? Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, I can speak. What's a matter of public record is that the New South Wales is engaged in a Towards Zero Suicide initiative, and our work there involves that alignment that I was talking about before. One of the really innovative things that New South Wales have done, among many, is to support training the New South Wales Health as well as the community managed organizations together. Being able to have these kinds of group experiences where people are interacting around suicide prevention together, getting shared language and framework, and forming relationships. One thread with the other work I talked about in networks is that we have to remember that best practices are not just embedded in organizations and policies, but in relationships. So if we have had a conversation about some important practice, or how hard it is, or how much it's helped, either way, it's now part of our relationship. So that's been the work of aligning people, of providing this kind of training. We've also done work with several different youth serving organizations, which has been very rich, because part of the work is that there's a diverse workforce in terms of how much mental health training people have, and so bringing together people who are in really kind of clinicians, trained mental health people, along people who are in more like direct support roles, and letting them know that everybody there has a role to play, and treating those people who don't have formal training, respecting their intelligence and ability to understand these concepts too. And know that we all in our team, it's not that the clinicians get some special kind of knowledge behind a curtain, and then everybody else is just sort of providing support. No, we all need to know and share our frameworks. So there's a lot of our work is really just what you heard before around that that model of suicide prevention in health systems. Similarly, with Open Arms, it's a matter of public record that we've been working with them for 2 years, and embedding workforce education training, and creating that kind of alignment.
And are you doing any work with other organisations, even in Australia? I think you mentioned some. You're doing work with Defence as well, separately from Open Arms, or that is part of Open Arms?
Could you say that again?
Are you working with Defence separately, or that is part of the other work that you've already undertaken?
Well, the specifics of that project are part of our contractual arrangement, so I'm not comfortable sharing about that.
I understand. And you're separately working with youth services agencies,
Yes.
as I understand it.
Yes. Yeah, there's a variety. There's I think probably 20 plus organizations here in Australia, and usually it's with that common that goal of people kind of bringing people together around a common language and framework, especially in systems that that work closely together. So again, even the two that you mentioned, it's also public that that Open Arms Defense work very closely with many of the same people.
And finally, if we might end on this note, Dr. Pisani, having in mind that the focus is to reduce suicide and to improve the lives of defence personnel and veterans, and also to improve organisational effectiveness, where would you, or where do you see some of the key points of focus? What do you consider the urgent matters, if you might be able to summarise those?
Yeah. Well, I can speak broadly from our research and experience. I think some priority areas are to begin making progress on contextualized and person-specific responses to suicide risk, ensuring that although protocols are necessary and helpful, that those are not mechanistic, that we consider the risks and benefits of the things that we do. It's really important. I think we need to do a lot to strengthen and bring inspiration in a way. I know it kind of sounds unscientific from a researcher, but I do think that people can feel sometimes kind of downtrodden, and providing people opportunities to grow in this area. I have seen people really come alive when you give them the opportunity, say, there are things that we can do, you can become more expert, and these things make a difference. They try them and do that. So I think we need to have a commitment to the workforce to really, on the one hand, like we said before, make sure we have a non-blaming environment, one that takes into account their needs and perspectives when problems occur, but then also proactively be building them up, strengthening over time, and continuing to make suicide prevention just kind of part of everybody's mission, but giving those particularly interested people opportunities to grow even more, and then be those influencers within their systems. Aligning organizations that work together often with common language and framework. I think it's so, like, as we discussed, it's very frustrating for family members and for the providers when there's not a shared approach, and it can be difficult to achieve with large organizations, and especially if they have different missions and different organizational structures. But I think it's possible to do, and again, we're aiming to make collaboration and coherence and consistency more likely, even if we're not going to solve every bit of human miscommunication. And yeah, I guess finally, I think as we as we've discussed, I think having a consistent approach across that continuum is really important. You know, one of the things that we across the continuum, as well as sort of, you know, both horizontally across the continuum and vertically across people in different roles. And so that some of those concepts that I talked about from Wingman Connect around encouraging people to have a sense of purpose, to strengthen their ties and connections, to normalize seeking guidance, to be aware of the balance that they have in their lives. That's something that needs to be encouraged at early stages, but then all the way up in a hierarchy, so that, because we don't, and you don't yet know what makes an environment, what in a leadership structure needs to take place, but we know what the norms are that will help. And so there's research that needs to be done, but also trying things and collecting data. That a lot of times we think, oh, well, there's research, but gathering data. And so, you know, I guess as a scientist and public health practitioner, I guess I would leave with that thought of around data, that we build in systems for gathering data about things we do, small and large, high quality data when we can, and when we can't get the highest of quality, still getting it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pisani. The commissioners will now ask you some questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Professor Pisani. It was lovely to have you here and to hear all of your work and your thoughts. I just have a couple of questions, but I guess I just wanted to reflect on a couple of the key messages that I took out of what you said this afternoon. One was about the fact that it needs a sustained effort and commitment. Another was that within an organisation, and I know you were talking about schools, but I think it applies probably anywhere, that you need to have change to support greater help seeking. And another was around the extend concept of the care framework, and that was around involving families and others who can support and ensuring that you speak the same language as you've just been talking about.
Yes.
And another one was about don't place the expectation on the person, or at least the person alone, and to think about the organisation. So I just kind of wanted to reflect on those. I do have a couple of questions though. One is in relation to greater help seeking within an organisation. You have to have someone who they can go to for help, and some way of promoting that, and the lived experience and champions is good for that. But I just wondered, in the Defence Force context, what we have heard a lot from in the lived experience testimony is that there seems to be this barrier to seeking help because of the real or perceived consequences around a medical downgrade and impact on your career. And I just wondered whether you had any thoughts about that. I mean, and the potential medical downgrade may well be an example of what you were just talking about, that kind of protocol-driven, mechanistic type
Yes.
response. I mean, we haven't tested that, whether that's an actual thing so far, but just in terms of the concept.
Right.
So just wondering whether you have any thoughts about, you know, in that context where there is a real or perceived kind of barrier, how you might enhance the help seeking within an organisation such as a Defence Force.
Yeah. I obviously can't speak at all about what's president or not president in this Defence Force, but but based on experience, working in a military setting, and there are real, sometimes very real consequences. I think if there's a it goes back to that idea about what are people's perception about, are there people available to help? I wonder if it's about shaping that help here is based on you. Not help here is based on a set of rules and protocols. It does get back to that mechanistic thing. People are going to know that I don't think you could be honestly say to somebody that, no measures will ever be taken regarding your work. No measures are ever, it's just not true. And in military state, there's a mission to be completed, and that is very real, and the needs of that mission are also, this is where it's co-design, meaning the needs of the organization have to be taken into place as well. But a lot of times, mechanistic protocols are in place more for the comfort of the system and sometimes the command than they are in place to support that individual. And it's sort of comforting in a way to say, okay, well, they have these 5 things, therefore this happens. And so I think when I was bringing up this idea of like sort of the risks, and a person-specific analysis of the risks and benefits of any step that you're taking, and that should include, I didn't really say this explicitly before, but that explicitly thinks about both short, medium, and longer term. Because that set of risks and benefits might be different over the different time horizons. And I think a lot of times people are thinking only in terms of a short-term time horizon. Like, okay, well, today they're going to be, transported somewhere, and somebody's going to be with them, 24 hours a day, and they don't have a weapon, and all of that, and those are very real things, and we have to take those into consideration. And so when I say it like that, I'm not saying that we should only think, well, will this make them feel bad about getting help next time? Don't do anything in the short term. But do we have a process? It's always, that's why I feel like we haven't figured this out. And so the best you can do is have a thoughtful and principled process. And if that process can be, this is something that must be considered. Let's say in the case that we're talking about around a transport to hospital evaluation, as an example. This is one of the things that, given this set of criteria, this ought to be considered. It should be on the plate. And the risks and benefits of it in the short and long term must be considered and communicated. Input into that ought to be from the following stake parties. Okay, that's where we get to that extend thing too. That to me is a process more likely to support the help seeking that you're talking about, because what people are going to learn is that a whole lot of different outcomes take place, and those set of outcomes are going to be driven by what you need. And that would be a norm I think would be okay. I mean, we're never going to get a norm of like, it's 100% safe here, No, that's not that kind of organization. But we can get a norm of like, different things will happen, but they base it, it really is kind of with you at the center of it.
Thank you. Can I just ask then also about ex-service populations, because you've got a completely different context. And how you might consider that you could do the sort of work perhaps at the kind of broader population level.
Yeah.
In the ex-service population.
Yeah. We have thought about that. I can say 2 things. One is we haven't tested that program that I described before in a veteran population, but we have said that. I mean, the trajectory certainly is, and we've had, frankly, conversations about could transitions be supported by the same kind of a model. it's just another. It's a developmental trajectory. Maybe begin with young enlisted airmen, moving up to a next career phase, and ultimately to transition. So because the core idea of building protective factors to support people in facing the adversity that their next stage entails really ought to be the same. So that could be applied in that setting. We've not yet conducted that research, so data would be needed. But I think in principle, it would be hard to imagine, and we have how that could be adapted for that career phase as well. The second is within that's the population-oriented part, but the having a personalized approach in a health system part for ex-serving individuals, and I mean I can speak about this is part of the public record is that DVA there's a registered clinical trial where the approach of putting personalized, contextualized program, safe side program, into a phase of work where outreach providers in DVA will receive training and embedding those things in their workflows that are designed to help identify, formulate risk in this way that's person-specific and contextually anchored, and actually seeing whether that has a difference in the care that people receive. So this registered clinical trial, which involves a collaboration with Dr. Phil Batterham, a suicide prevention expert at ANU, is an example of getting that kind of high-quality data, testing out a personalized, contextually anchored approach, and actually seeing what effect it has on the people who receive the care. And so that's in a veteran setting. So these things can be done in that setting, the population part, as well as the data, getting high-quality data, and creating a personalized approach.
Can I put those two things together in terms of what I think I heard you saying about essentially kind of trialling the wingman approach at the point of transition and then supporting it post-transition with the type of personalised approach that
Yes.
you're trialling at DVA? Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'll leave my questions there, just looking at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Professor, you spoke about the Wingman Connect program and described it as involving group training followed by text and video messages. Can you tell me who delivers the training? Is it a psychologist, for example, or a counsellor?
We've had different stages and pilots of this program.
And if some of this is proprietary information.
So what I was about to say is that what's still our next phase of this project is something I can't yet talk about, but I can say in our published work is that those were conducted by bachelor's and master's level personnel
Students.
from our and then but this and and we've piloted this with Air Force personnel as well.
That's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
Do you try to recruit people from the unit whom you're training to be mentors or people with lived experience?
Yeah. Let me just speak broadly about how it could happen. Okay. So different military services have different structures, as you probably know, for training, so there's the where there is a prevention training workforce, I think that would probably be the ideal. Where you could,
within the unit you're dealing with?
I don't think so. I think you don't need that. Would require too many. If every unit were to have a trainer, it would probably be too many. And so I think somebody who is in a training role with some military experience, ideally, that in terms of peer. But I think it's probably, at least in our context, and my guess is in most military context, having a trainer in every unit would probably not be feasible. Yes. But having a prevention workforce that can deliver these trainings, we have a manual and fidelity guidelines and those kinds of things, and continuing to and I think one possibility is continuing to think about how scalable training can take place, supported by some of the things that we're learning in workforce education as well.
In the Australian case, there are psychologists attached to various units.
Yeah.
I understand. Would that be a possible source of trainers?
I mean, I couldn't say without learning more, but I don't think it needs to be a mental health person. In our context, we do think it was important that it didn't get perceived as hello mental health training. Yeah. More like, again, this is sort of about me. Think about what's the felt need of a young enlisted airman. It's like, how am I going to do this career? Mm. And so I think speaking I mentioned before this concept of collaborate around a common goal. I think if we could understand in different career stages, there may be different core preoccupations that people have for themselves in their own lives, and then tap into that, and then have the trainer workforce selected accordingly, so that we're not delivering a population-oriented training according to the sort of buckets where we put suicide prevention, which would be often in mental health care, but rather we're putting it into the context of what at that developmental stage is my kind of preoccupation. And then you can select
it. And if you had somebody from within the service who had been through that mill, it might be useful.
Mm. Yes,
okay.
Yes. In fact, one of the trainers in this trial was a veteran, and so he could speak. Although it was in a different service branch, he could speak from his personal experience, as well. And he was an excellent trainer and a brilliant person. But I think that yes, that kind of lived experience really supports that learning. And he's not a mental health professional. Somebody who had. And now, I don't think the person has to. When we say lived experience, again. There's definitional issues here, but I don't think it has to be a person who has lived experience of suicide concerns or even mental health problems. But I think somebody who has military experience and kind of credibility to people, that's more of the qualification, and some. So I think more just experience. I don't know, just some personal experience. I think especially for younger and members, really they put a lot of kind of credibility into people who've sort of been there. Yeah, and so that could be, I think that would be a consideration. So if there was a situation where somebody, in the room, they don't have to necessarily have the lead role, but I think if you were thinking about this, obviously it would take a lot more thought about how to adapt it. There are portions of this, as you could tell. There's a lot of other things that we would adapt about this for an Australian context. Yes. So that would just be the one of many things that one would take on to adapt it. But the core science behind it, the core ideas behind it are I think would be portable.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence today, Dr. Pisani, and thank you for all you do. I just have one quick question, and then we won't delay too long, but I'm very interested in the concept of Wingman Connect groups. And clearly it's it could be a very valuable idea, but I just wanted to hear your thoughts and to see, you see, this commission has heard evidence in many cases that one of the things that contributed negatively to someone spiralling badly towards suicidality has been that some or all of their immediate team were, in fact, at least as far as their perception goes, the ones harassing them, sometimes sexually or otherwise, bullying or hazing them and so on. I wondered whether you've seen this before, and if you've seen it happen, and if so, what would your thoughts be about trying to use the concept in a group that may actually be part of the problem?
Sort of toxic or something like that. Yeah. That's a good question. So we didn't study toxic groups. So I'd want to say that first. Those kinds of behaviors, like both negative and positive behaviors, are partially socially mediated. And so norms around that dangerous behavior that you were talking about are set socially. And so the antidote might be also to set the positive norms socially. We tend to address problems by calling them out. Another way to address problems is to bring in the opposite. Build in strengths to the group, and I guess it's one sense that I have is that if we believe, and I think there's lots of evidence to say that those kinds of negative behaviors, this is like 70 to 100 years worth of conformity research, and saying that these things, that people behave these ways in relation to social pressures and other things. There may be hidden strengths in the group that, as they come out, those other behaviors I guess the related, although not direct, evidence that I would say is that in those Wingman Connect trained groups, it did reduce occupational problems. Most of those are like disciplinary issues. And so even though it wasn't about that, by building the strengths of the group, by taking a kind of a positive reinforcement approach, we actually did reduce those negative behaviors causally. I mean, we know that it did that because this was randomized. So now it doesn't get at so in the groups that got trained, there were fewer of these kinds of problems that people got counsel for. So now the most toxic group, I don't know. Could there be a negative effect of trying to sort of have people train together with their units if that's a super toxic environment? I don't know.
So would you recommend then if the first step in the process would be to sort of do an assessment of the group to see whether it is a group that it would work in or
yeah,
not?
Was it working? I mean, you could. It would. We've thought before. Again, I have to give so much credit to my colleague Peter Wyman, who's really the leader in network-informed suicide prevention. But we've thought before about, could you do sort of a network assessment, just as we do these sort of individual-based assessments and kind of base a thing. I think we run into a lot of feasibility issues around that. But I really believe in taking on big problems, and so I think it would be something that could be studied. Could you assess group level kind of problems like that, and then only intervene with those differently than another group? I mean, I guess you could sort of think about. I would have to give a lot of thought to how to construct and get data about that. But I think theoretically, because we have network science methods for measuring the relational properties of a group, you could do that. They're kind of intensive, and when we're thinking about something that could be scaled across an entire military force, we have to think, usually think pretty simply. But I think the way that you're thinking about that, to me, sounds like it's along the lines of this research that I'm saying.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Rubigotti first. Is there any matters arising? Sorry, I think you're on mute. This is the saying of the year.
So I apologise. If you might please release Dr. Pisani from his summons.
Perhaps before we do, I was just going to ask Ms. Bullitt first. Is there any matters arising? Okay, Mr. Fordham?
No, thank you.
Nothing. Okay, Mr. Connor?
Just one concerning Commissioner Caldis's question, and that's that literature that you referred to, 70 or 80 years of, should we be looking at? Who's a major writer in that territory?
In terms of conformity
yes.
Research in social psychology, I'm not a social psychologist, but the classic experiments that that one might think of are there's a whole brain of Stanley Milgram's experiment where you can find people. Now these are no longer even considered ethical to do, but you could get people based on social pressure or on authority to elicit pain in other people that they wouldn't normally do. There's a whole branch, and I'd be happy to point you to social psychologists who give the best kind of annotated literature on conformity research and group dynamics.
Is there are you making a distinction here between a group with a toxic person in it, as it were, where things can be done in one way, have to be done in one way, and another group where there are no toxic people?
Well, I think when I was responding to the Commissioner's question, he was really describing, from what I understood, describing a whole group dynamic in which bullying or assault or negativity was really a part of that. And so that's what I was, and my understanding of the question was, gosh, when you start having these people sort of talk about each other's strengths, isn't there potentially some, iatrogenic or harmful effect of maybe doing that? What would, or could it help? My thought is it could help because the evidence that we have is that it did reduce certain negative behaviors, and maybe it would reduce others, but we didn't study that. I don't know, when you talk about a toxic person, again, I guess, you're talking with somebody who thinks about people embedded in their social environments. And so I really think about, what do we mean by that? And is a person toxic, or how much, and toxic in what way? Yeah, what do you have in mind?
It's really a person with a particular personality style. Say a heavy-duty narcissist, for example, or a psychopath or a sociopath, that kind of person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if they were present anywhere in the armed forces, how would you deal with that?
Yeah.
I object to this for a couple of reasons. The first is that the opening statement from the witness was that he's not actually an expert in the field.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm here to
I
help.
think we might dispense with
I
the
would call
question,
the question.
Mr. Connor. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Are there any matters arising out of that?
Well, not now.
Thank you. Ms. Bullitt? No, thank you. Ms. Rubigotti, thank you.
Thank you,
If there's
Commissioners.
no other matters, with your excuse from your notice to attend, thank you very much.
Thank
And thank
you.
you for all the work you do, Mr. Pisani.
Thank you for yours.
If there's nothing else, we'll adjourn till 10 a.m. on Monday, as I understand it.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday, the 14th of March.